Good morning, Denise and Sandy too. Good morning, Denise and Sandy too.
Good morning.
Good morning, Denise, Sandy, Darlene, Traci. What's the matter?
I am trying to set up my phone
Ah,
on Facebook. Okay, there's my Facebook, so I don't have to use.
okay. Good morning, Traci. Good morning to you. Good morning, Traci. We all love you.
Aw, thank you.
You're
Good
welcome.
morning, Leticia, Darlene, and Liz. Good morning, Leticia, Darlene, and Liz. Good morning, Monique. Good morning to you. Good morning, Monique. Good morning to you.
Good
Good
morning,
morning,
Monique.
Leticia,
Good
Monique.
morning. Good morning.
Cool deal.
Denise said, I can see y'all now.
I got the light on now, Denise. I'm also in a different room.
The scripture today is from my little pop-up thing.
Oh, cool deal.
Oh, yay.
And I put on my phone, LizzAnn, the Bible thing that you get all your
that Bible app? Cool, yeah. YouVersion. I love it.
I did.
Good deal. Yeah, I really enjoy that.
Did you sing to Beth?
To who? Beth, no.
I think she snuck in.
Good morning to Beth. Good morning to you. Good morning to Beth. Good morning to you.
Yeah, she's kind of snuck in.
Yeah.
I know I had to I had a good Mother's Day. Casey and Kevin put my workbench together, so
yay.
Casey complained. I said, well, you're the one that told me I needed it. No, I showed you April's. I said, you also said, look what April's got. That's what you need, Mama. So
yeah, there you go.
We agreed to disagree.
Maybe he just wasn't in the mood to put together just yet.
Well, the good thing is he only took a couple things to his room until I get some stuff straight. But I told him I'm gonna get there.
Yeah. On your terms, on your time.
And I took pictures like before pictures again. How many times I did before pictures? The before of this room.
Yeah, before pictures are kind of scary.
Oh, I'm telling you. Oh, today is Deldon Kruger's birthday. It just popped across the screen.
Okay.
Well, very cool. That's Rebecca's husband, right?
Rebecca who?
Kruger?
You talking about no, you're talking about Rebecca that always had with the Monday auctions.
Yeah, that's Rebecca
Not
Kruger.
the same person.
No, her husband's name's Josh.
Oh.
Good
morning.
We did that together.
Oh, good morning to you. Good morning, Chris. Oh, good morning to you. I thought that was because I thought anyway.
That was so funny. Both of you was like, oh.
Yeah. Yeah, we're special like that. Hey, Sonia.
Good morning to Sonia. Good morning to you.
Oh, Chris O's in there too.
Good morning to Sonia. Good morning to you.
Chris O slipped in too.
Who did?
Chris O.
Yes.
Yep, I sang to Chris.
Yeah.
Okay, I missed it. Sorry. I guess I was dreaming.
It's good to dream.
Aww.
La La Land here.
Chris,
you're such a sweet guy, Chris.
Did you make it really, really special for your mom? I know you did. I don't really even have to ask.
Cool deal.
Because you're just that way. me see. All right. Still nobody on Facebook. Okay. I'm having look,
Trying
you
to stay on
guys.
top of things, huh?
I got so used to 2 monitors to first,
Yeah.
start with. I couldn't figure out how to work them. And now it's like we
You're
got to
lost.
have that other one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We didn't. I thought What happened to the second one? It wasn't part of your
It's
computer
still
purchase.
here, but it's got to have some kind of
cable.
cord.
Yeah, that's right. A cable. Yeah.
Yeah, to
I'm
go
sorry.
to it. And so we went to Best Buy. You guys, you had to tell them what you wanted outside, and you had to tell them where to find it in the store.
Oh my goodness.
How do you know?
So Casey, no, he was already, everybody been out driving crazy, and he ordered it online. It should be in tomorrow. So
you technically could order it online to pick up in the store if the store has it, but
he said he wasn't gonna fool with them.
Yeah.
So
I can't say that I blame him under the circumstances, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's like, are you helpless people?
Yeah.
I thought you worked here.
You're open and you got these tents up. If Walmart can have people come in, how many people are going to be going in Best Buy at one time? Not like Walmart.
Mm-mm.
So,
Well, each company has their policies. I don't know.
Yeah.
Some places, it may be that it's a blanket policy across the country, because they have that set up here too. And because of some places in the country that are more limited than we might be, or you might be,
Mm-hmm.
like in Traci's area of the country.
Sonia, I got to see Traci with the makeup mirror this morning.
Yeah, she got to see the backside of my makeup mirror for a change.
Yeah, I saw that too. And I was like, whoa, you okay, Traci?
I'm shaking off the cooties and the bad juju and the depression, and I can't go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah.
I was starting to slide, and I had to claw myself back out.
I understand. It was a rough week for me too.
And we got on our Jesus shirts. Jesus and coffee.
Yes, ma'am.
Gosh. Right. All right. Here we go.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Awesome. Well, I'm not wearing my shirt today because I need to wash it. Oh, sorry.
I have the most faithful laundry man ever. As long as I put it in the hamper, it will get washed.
Well, that's
He
awesome.
does laundry 2 times a week, and
good.
does light load and a dark load 2 times a week. And if I can't make it to the hamper, then it's my own darn fault. But otherwise, it gets washed and hung up and folded and put away, and I don't have to do anything.
Well, Monique said she could sleep until 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh my goodness sake! I wish I could. I took a little nap.
Slept in yesterday afternoon. Yeah, I slept a lot yesterday. But I didn't sleep the night before. I just couldn't. But last night, I probably could have gone to bed sooner, but I got caught up in a video that was so interesting that I didn't realize what time it was. And it was after 4 o'clock. And I was like,
I hate that.
Oh, man, okay, I got to go to bed. Jean's going to be coming in here saying, what is wrong with you, woman? Are you nuts? I have to say, yeah, I probably am.
I don't even think he'd ask that.
He should know by now, huh?
Look, Keith had messed me up on the days because, all right, he's back to work full time again. So,
yay.
Good.
Friday.
Good.
And, well, I don't know, yay, because he was getting paid anyway. So, he was kind of resting. So, he comes in there Saturday morning he said, Happy Mother's Day. And he gives me a cup of coffee. I said, oh, thank you, baby. So I'm thinking, then I said, can I get another one? So he brought me another one to bed. And, I'm just kind of chilling. And I thought it was Sunday. I mean, I wonder why Casey hadn't done told me Happy Mother's Day.
Oh,
And then
yeah.
I'm like, what is today? Casey says Saturday. I was like, no wonder.
Good morning, Diana. Good morning to you. Good morning, Diana. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Diana.
Good morning, Diana. All right. I forget. If everybody could hit the thumbs up, if you're not subscribed, please subscribe and share me out to your friends. Because what better can they do? Start with us ladies in the morning
There
with
you
the
go.
whole with coffee and praising
Shining
the
faces.
Lord, being thankful that we are here
Yep.
and get to hear Traci sing. So
Yep.
I would say
All
they'd
good.
get a song and a dance, but Lizz said I can't do that dance no more.
I don't want you just getting your back or whatever all discombobulated again.
I know the dance was head, shoulders, knees, and toes. Everything it hurts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm not a dancer anyway. I never was. That wasn't my thing.
I'm a chair dancer.
Yeah, there you go.
Like this.
Woo, woo, woo.
Look, I used to do the finger dance for the kids, and I do the moonwalk backwards, and I do the shaky leg for Elvis, and the kids would be in the
That's
back
funny.
seat, and I'd be doing all these little finger things, and they just laugh at me. They always thought I was the funniest thing in the world until they didn't. Until they didn't. Kids grow up.
Yep.
You pinch their heads off while they're still sweet.
Yeah, because it happens. My older grandbabies are 7 now. They're both 7 now. And
Yay.
they're already getting to that, like, Nana, stop. Like, man. I need to get my hugs in.
Yeah.
Nana, stop it.
It's like nobody else is around but you and me. Nobody's going to know. Nobody's going to see. It's okay.
Right.
Diana still goes running. Diana, doesn't it feel kind of normal when you're out there and you're able to go outside, and it just riding down the road just felt so normal, when me and MawMaw went and
it did.
And it just feels normal until it wasn't.
Right.
Saturday, too many people were at Tiger Town, and Tiger Town is just where you got your Target and Starbucks. It's all these mini shops,
Okay, so it's a shopping center kind of thing.
Yeah, and it's like all of them and the eating places, and it's like all congested, and people they were driving crazy, coming across 3 lanes to get in front of Casey.
Oh boy. It's like everybody got out and didn't know how to drive anymore.
Ray and I were watching a documentary on one of the like ID channel or something, one of those like murder things. And they were talking, all of a sudden they said something about Opelika, Alabama. I was like, hey, I know where that is. Ryan goes, you do? I go, no, I don't. But I know I've heard it now.
And you heard that on what?
On like the ID channel, they were talking about some murder from like 1975 or something like that.
Oh, in Opelika? Yeah, that's where, when I talk about Tiger Town, that's where it's at. And when me and MawMaw rode, that's where we were going to, is Opelika.
Yeah, I go, yeah, I know where that is. Well, I've heard of it.
I kind of know where it is.
I
sort of. Yeah. Okay.
I know it's down the road from Darlene, but
yeah.
It's
funny. It's a real place.
I know it's funny because I'll say, yeah, my friend Sonia, she's in Australia, and we used to have pen pals. Who did pen pals when I don't
Oh
guess
yeah,
guys did.
I
I
did
had a pen
too.
pal in England.
I had a pen pal in Canada. It was a guy in Canada.
It was the guy for me too.
And we didn't stay in touch long, but I mean,
No,
I
us
was a
either.
teenager.
Us either. It
And
was like after we
was,
exchanged pictures, things just kind of fizzled.
but we used to do pen pals. Now I tell people, oh yeah, I have friends in Newfoundland, Berlin, Singapore, Australia, and they just look at me. I say, hey, YouTube's great. Forget
Exactly.
Facebook, YouTube's
Yes,
great.
it is.
Good morning, Michelle. Good morning to you. Good morning, Michelle. Good morning to you.
Michelle, did you get something in the mail? Ring my bell. Oh, my Michelle. Isn't there a song by the Beatles? Michelle. Michelle.
Michelle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Goes
Cool.
together well, my Michelle.
That's it, Sonia. My
Oh,
grandbabies are
yay.
getting
Everybody got their stuff. Yeah,
to
yeah.
that stage where they think girls have cooties, even Nana.
Yeah.
Sandy's at that. Still
I
at
think
that
they'll
point.
get over having the Nanas has cooties, eventually. But for right now, all girls are yucky. And
Yeah. My poor grandson, I tell you, he's 11. And I played, he likes to play these word games that I like to play too. So if I'm over there, I'll have it, I'll pull it up and I'll take a turn. He'll take a turn. Well, in order to get free coins or to move on to the next level, you have to watch a short advertisement. Well, there are all kinds of advertisements. Sometimes it's for games. Sometimes it's for stuff around your house. Sometimes it's women's undergarment apparel.
Oh boy!
Whenever he'll sit there and he'll finish. He might be the one that finished the puzzle, and he's like, something will pop up and he'll go. And he'll just slam that phone down, and I'm like, oh, okay, I don't blame you.
Yep.
And he's, poor thing, he's like, oh. I said, some of them are kind of gross.
No, I messed up picking up Toot one day. Well, my grandson Joey, right? I guess he's still Joey. He might be going by Joseph now that he's in high school, but he was Toot forever. So I picked him up. I said, well, hello, Toot. I said, hey, baby, Toot, how was your day today? This is look I got. Nanny, you can't say that. Say what? What did I say? Look, Mom can call me that. Daddy can call me. What can I can't call you Toot no more. Nanny. He said, well, if it's just me and you. So I mean, I had to learn, and it would be, hey, Joey, how was your day today? I had to stutter it.
Yeah,
hey,
it's hard if you label a nickname. Yeah.
Yeah. I am very thankful that my Jimmy never outgrew Jimmy, because my Timmy did. I have a nephew. My first nephew is Tim, and we always called him Timmy, of course, when he was little. And then one day it was like, Aunt Traci, my name's Tim. I was like, oh man. So I was kind of prepared for it, but was hoping it wouldn't happen with Jimmy, and it never did. I mean, like his friends, everybody calls him Jimmy. I'm so thankful for that, because he's my Jimmy. That's why we named him James, was so that we could call him Jimmy.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Well, Casey, we called him Bubba, and until Mom twisted when she'd say it, it was always in a negative tone, to where now he can't stand to be called Bubba.
Yeah.
One day he was in the kitchen. I said, Bubba, da 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 da. He told me like, he said, Mom, don't call me Bubba on YouTube. So sometimes I'd say Bub. You know, I shortened it to Bub. And you know,
Yeah, I understand.
Leticia, we love you. Thank you. Thank you.
Aw, thanks for stopping in, Leticia.
Yeah, God bless you, Leticia. Have a blessed day, hon.
Girl, we just so had look, it's so I'm happy that all of us back on last week, you guys.
Whew,
There had to
yeah.
be some major prayers going on
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
for us because I just don't know. I do know. If you're not prayed up, the devil slips in.
The devil can jump right on you.
Yes.
hmm
He will use your worst depression. He will use,
Yep.
he knows what to use against us. He
Oh, yeah.
does.
Oh, yeah.
And the worst thing to do is
Because
shut
he's
our
been doing it to humankind for
Eternity.
thousands of years.
Mhm.
and for me to shut myself, well, I had to babysit my daughter, I think 2 days in a row, but
Yeah.
to shut myself off in my room and Traci, you know, and that makes pain worse, I think. I think it
Oh,
makes us
100%. Because then you do that, then I was sleeping at odd times, so I was sleeping during the day, not sleeping at night,
hmm
and then that makes my pain worse, and it was just frustrating all the way around. And I really, and Brian, God bless him, I mean, he cares about me and he cares about my mental health.
Right.
And, you know, he was like, you have to get out of the house, even if it's just ride with me down to the pharmacy, which is what I ended up doing. But
hmm
the best part, like I said, the thing that really brought me out of the funk a little bit was taking that chocolate to my aunt. She was like, oh, you brought me chocolate. She was so excited. I was like, yay, I feel like I did something good.
Yeah, being a food hero is really a good place to be.
and you guys, I've used the foodie. It's sitting on my stove. I
Yeah.
hadn't even used my stove or my oven. I have used the foodie 3 days in a row. I've cooked 3 days in a row.
Well,
I
good
gotta
for
get a
you.
jacket. I'll be right back.
Oh,
It's the Ninja Foodie, and it's Will's fault.
okay.
Now we got to get all the attachments. Sonia said she calls Jacob Buddy. Yeah. Oh my goodness, turd burgers, girl. Yes, we have nicknames too. I grew up with nicknames, so all my
Yeah.
uncles had a different name except Roy. Poor Roy. I mean, how can you have? There's 9 of you, and you're the only one that don't have no nickname. You're
Yeah,
you know
yeah. Well, my cousins called me LizzAnn. Everybody else called me Lizz, but my cousins called me LizzAnn.
well like Diana. I just call her Diana Brianna because, like she said, in the South, you all have 2 names.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
I guess that's how the LizzAnn came to be. Okay, I'm gonna step out for just a minute. I got to make a phone call to the dog's vet.
All right.
Monique, my son legally changed his name to his
Nickname.
his nickname, which is Casey. And then everybody was like, "Well, what was his name?" Because I was so emotional about it. I said,
Mhm.
Kevin Dwayne Jr. He's a junior, and they said, "Oh." And I was the only one that cried and got emotional about my son changing his name. Yes, Sonia, I know, right? Diane, look, Diana, you guys, her name is Diana Brianne. I call her Diana Brianna, and she lets me.
Mhm.
You guys, I was in this room yesterday in this chair, laid back, watching Netflix on the computer. Oh, Monique, because he got so tired of getting mail here because Kevin didn't go by his senior. Casey never really went by junior. Didn't find his name junior. So they would open up each other's mail, So he just changed it to Casey, and that's what we.
Mm-hmm. Aw. I know how that is, Diana.
Oh, Diana.
I answer to a lot of names because I've had my share.
I used to not like to hear my mom call my sister Sandra Ann because she always put that I cackle sound, the
Mm-hmm.
scratching on the chalkboard. It would
Mm-hmm.
rattle me when she'd call her Sandra Ann because it was always this hateful pitch, just like yeah, but land sugar picker.
Mm. Good morning to Craig. Good morning to you. Good morning to Craig. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Craig. Good morning.
Good morning, morning.
I hope you made your wife's day a beautiful day yesterday.
Good morning to Ian. Good morning to you. Good morning to Ian. Good morning to you.
Ian, you so silly. You so
It's
silly.
the Dark Lord of Jaffa Cake. That's funny.
Okay. Did Ian, did you make your wife feel special yesterday? Sandy says she changed her name also. I forgot about that, Sandy.
Mm-hmm.
I used to want to I'd be in school and I'd want to I was like, I wish they'd just call me Annette. I wish I could go by Annette, but
Mm-hmm.
never did. I had to take something yesterday, Denise, because oh my gosh, my back was hurting so bad. Just moving tubs around, trying not to do anything heavy, but to sit in this chair and even bend over. And I don't even no telling how many times I did that.
Right.
That oh my gosh, I absolutely and had to take me something yesterday midway. It knocked me for a flip because I went and laid down on the bed. I never did fall asleep all the way because I had too much to do. But hey, I went and laid down and kind of rested my back.
Oh, Ian, that was nice. That was very nice of
Yes,
you.
it was. And it's so
Right.
nice now. Go ahead.
Right bought me a half a dozen roses, red roses, last week. So I had roses from him. That was kind of nice. They still look really good today. So far.
It's so good though for I can holler and say, Casey, would you put the leftovers up? And they just magically get in the refrigerator. So that's always good for me. You guys
Good
see
morning, darling B. Good morning to you. Good morning, darling B. Good morning to you. After you've been talking about that, it makes me really think about either an Instant Pot or the Ninja Pot.
I'm telling you, and see, we're going to order. They won't have it in stock until next month. But all of the stuff that you can get for it, they even had these silicone mitts for your hands to pull stuff out of it when it's hot. I've used the pressure cooker part of it.
Good morning to Hetty. Good morning to you. Good morning to Hetty. Good morning to you.
So then it comes with where you can do a stack of meal in it. So I'm excited, all because of eBay reseller. Will all because of Will, when he cooked that, it was just it. There's our friend Bruce.
Good morning to Bruce. Good morning to you. Good morning to Bruce. Good morning to you.
The one we have is huge. and heavy because the fryer lid stays on all the time. You just go straight up, and then the pressure cooker lid.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I put a pack of dried beans in it. And on the pack is like 16 bean soup. I love that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So they were not soaked. It says to soak them, but I didn't
Right.
soak them. I just put them in there, put a whole thing of the chicken broth and plenty of water and 1 can of tomatoes and, let them cook. And now
Mm-hmm.
I did it for 30 minutes and then I put it on slow cook the rest of the time. It was so good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Wait, Renee's on Facebook.
Good morning, Renee. Good morning to you. Good morning, Renee. Good morning to you.
Good
I
morning,
used to
Renee.
use my crock pot a lot, especially when I worked. I would stick at least my meat in the crock pot before I went to work in the morning, and then just had to fix the sides when I got home. But with just Wright and I, sometimes it's hard to decide what we want, and if I had that one of those instant pots or the Ninja pot, I could cook stuff faster, so I didn't have to plan a whole day ahead necessarily.
Well, Francis said that Karen put a frozen turkey breast
Hmm.
in hers, and within 30 minutes it was done and
Oh
tender.
my goodness.
So I had 8 big chicken thighs, bone in, skin
Hmm.
on them, and they were froze where I had to break them apart.
Hmm.
And I'd say 35 minutes they were done.
Oh my
They
goodness.
were done. Yep. And I got excited because I put a bunch of rice in my bowl, and the rice I put in. We have a big ricer,
Hmm. I have a
And what
rice
I
cooker
did,
too. I love
yeah.
my rice cooker.
So it has the 3 different things you can put in it.
Hmm.
Like on top, so I put the onions and put a can of French style green beans for Kevin. But I got excited, and I guess I can't always do chicken, even though it was tender. It was good. No, that's the first time I've gotten sick in a while. So
Hmm.
I was like, no, I should have stuck with the rice because that rice was so good.
I hate when I think about all day long, I'm like, oh, I'm so excited. Like, I'm worried about tonight already because I'm so excited. I know that we get these pre-prepared stuffed chicken breasts at our grocery store. And we usually get, like, you can get them stuffed with broccoli, asparagus, or cordon bleu, which Wright got the cordon bleu. He said that was all they had when he went to the store this weekend. And I'm gonna have those and some buttered noodles and some green beans. And I'll think about that all day. And then dinner comes, and then I take a couple bites, and it just doesn't go down. Which that feeling. You take a couple bites, it's like, oh, and it's
Yep.
like, dang it, I thought about this all day long.
Yeah, and then that chicken was feeling so good, and then I seasoned it with something, and it was good, and that's the first time. I know it is a bummer, Monique, but
Hmm.
I've been doing better. I haven't had indigestion because of the doctor put me on that medicine. So, Traci, our glasses look almost alike, don't they?
Hmm?
Our glasses look alike. You've got
Yeah, they
white
do.
on the sides, and I have white on the top.
Hmm. We're sisters.
So, look, Casey ruined a bunch of songs for me. We went to Dairy Queen to pick up ice cream, which I didn't get me none. And well, I did eat a little bit, small container in the freezer that my daughter had left. But he played a video of this comedian that says what songs sound like. What it sounds like they're saying, and it ruined it for me. I'm like, now that's what I'm going to hear.
Hmm.
Like Tiny Dancer, people joke about sound like Tony Danza, the
Oh
song.
yeah.
But there was so many. I'm like, really, Casey? Now that's what I'm going to hear, and he's just dying laughing. Yes, Beth. There's a lot of times I don't eat, but I'm getting better because I find out what I can, and I have been eating. And you know what? The more real food I eat, the less sweet stuff I want. Is I think that's the key.
Good morning to Myra. Good morning to you. Good morning to Myra. Good morning to you. Yeah, I think that's it. I got to eat some real food. And then Frank doesn't always help because he's like, oh, it doesn't matter if you make anything for dinner. I can always make a sandwich or whatever, you know. And it's like, oh, but if I don't make anything, then I won't eat anything at all except junk.
And like, it's like in the mornings now, I will, when I get off here, I'll go in there and put some toaster waffles. I don't use syrup. So if I just put those in there, they can't have as many calories as the Pop Tarts. Surely, I don't think they do.
Yeah.
So I'll eat two of those plain. What?
Mm-hmm.
What did I say? What did he say? Monique?
I don't know what.
Look, when Pat gets the am I echoing? I hear echo. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
because of him saying that he'll just find something.
Yeah.
I'll tend to not eat.
And I'll say, what do you want for dinner? When, like, I'll talk to him. He calls me every day when he's on his lunch. What do you want for dinner tonight? I don't care, whatever. No, I'm asking you because I don't want to have to decide what we're having for dinner. And then sometimes I will decide, like tonight, I'm planning on having that cordon bleu and some butter noodles and some green beans. And he'll come home and say, oh, that didn't sound good to me. And I'm like, oh, are you kidding me?
Okay.
I don't cook for him. I won't cook for myself, and then I just eat junk, and that does not do me any good.
And there's so many of us out there that has we've had weight loss surgery, and after years of having that, it does all kind of things that you don't know. In fact, I don't think the studies maybe have really shown what happens. And maybe it's like after you get a certain age, like us, Traci, your hormones, I had hysterectomy, and also my hormones are all out of whack, and then all kind of stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
When I first had weight loss surgery, I'd get so aggravated because nobody would tell me what they wanted. And it's like, okay, eat what I'm going to eat. This much of 3 items, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I was it was like hee haw. You guys remember, good morning, Joe?
Good morning to Josie. Good morning to you. Good morning to Josie. Good morning to you.
Joe is up early this morning.
Yes, she is.
Do you guys remember what hee haw? You remember that back in the day?
Oh, yeah.
Remember how they did the skit, Grandpa, what's for dinner? And he would, say stuff. So I can remember being out there cleaning the pool, and it was with this one particular day that it always aggravated me when everybody said, "What's for dinner? What you gonna cook?" Don't ask me. So I was out there one day cleaning the pool, and I said, "Darlene, what's for dinner?" And I'm cleaning, and I'm loud, you guys. I'm saying all this loud.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Ma, what's for dinner? What do you want for supper? Even, I don't know. What do you want for supper? And I was just cleaning the pool, and I'm like, somebody better figure out because this chick can't eat anything hardly. And I was steady cleaning that pool, and I thought, oh my gosh, if Kevin walked up on me talking like that about making all those voices.
Good morning to Willow. Good morning to you. Good morning to Willow. Good morning to you. Aw, look at Willow.
Hello, Josie.
Go.
Mara and
Don't ask the challenged eater in the house because I rarely get hungry. I rarely. Or I'll cook something. I will cook something and Keaton will come in. I said, baby, I cooked such and such.
Yeah, exactly. It's like,
I had that for lunch.
Sonia.
I had that for lunch.
Oh no, I am like that. I always say booger snot and what, Mom, what's for dinner? Oh, booger snot.
Yeah. I used to tell Rebecca when she was little, bird beaks and chicken talons. We'd be in the store and she says, what are we going to have for dinner? I said, bird beaks and chicken talons. And she was like, I'd say bird beaks and chicken talons. Yeah. Well, that was chicken tenders and crinkle cut fries.
Casey,
I'd pull it off the shelf. I'd say bird beaks, chicken talons.
Casey and them used to talk about what's in potted meat, and I'd say, "Shut up, that's my fishing." That's my husband.
Yeah, my grandmother and my mom and used to like potted meat. I ate it when I was growing up, but just that and sardines. I think I could still eat sardines today, though. I don't know if I can deal with the smell, but I do have trouble with tuna these days. I don't know.
Yeah.
Indigestion. And we've eaten the tuna in water for decades, you know.
Yeah, we have too.
Yeah, it's not like it's the oil or anything. So.
Yeah, that's all. I can't even remember eating it the other way. I mean, like I know there was a time that wasn't really an option.
Right, that's true. Or it was a very expensive option.
Right.
You know. And but no, and yeah, and then Spam. Oh, I can't handle it now, but I used to eat that and fried bologna. Spam.
Monique, there is a southern dish called blank on a shingle.
Oh yeah, we eat that too.
Yeah.
So with the fried beef and in a white sauce on toast.
Yeah.
We were only allowed to call it SOS when I was growing up.
But yes, I told the kids, don't be telling me what's in potted meat because, like, anytime we'd go fishing, I loved crackers and dig in the can with the crackers.
That was your snack.
And I loved it. And I just said, quit telling me what's in it. I don't want to know what's in it.
Yeah. Too much information, huh?
Yeah. And then my daughter would always catch me eating toast with honey. And she'd always say, Mom, you know what that is. And
it's like, don't remind me.
Up. And I'd say, shut up. Don't mess up my honey. Don't mess up my honey. I don't like to watch how bees make honey. I don't, just
I don't need this information.
Yeah, they go in a little box and they fly out. They come back in. That's all I need to know.
Yeah. And this just comes in a jar and it's okay.
Hey, we still have 3 cans of Spamdemic. Still have 3 cans of it in the cupboard. Spam Emmett.
I
There's
don't know. Spam's just kind of soft, you know.
Good morning,
Joy, how you doing, honey?
Joy. Good morning to you. Good morning to Joy. Good morning to you. My grandma used to take, it was in a can like Spam, but it was corned beef.
Uh-huh.
And she would peel that open and slice it and then fry it and put it on toast. Oh, man, I loved that.
Yeah, I never cared for corned beef, but that's what my mom used to do with Spam. You know, that she'd use that and do that with eggs or something like that sometimes when I was growing up, before I found out I was allergic to eggs.
Willow, I love to do that. I like to do that.
Yeah.
Y'all are making me hungry. I was already hungry.
Yeah.
Well, he would call me to see, make sure we had enough on the card that he could go get him breakfast, and start telling me bacon, egg, and cheese toast, and a cup of grits, and some bacon slices. I'm sitting here.
So he's going to Waffle House, huh?
No, he's going to what we call Sarah J's.
Aw.
So
Joy's
I'm like,
husband's having his surgery today, so we'll definitely put him on the prayer list, Joy.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, Joy.
Oh, pardon me for yawning.
Sonia, that I know it. I've had real shingles too, and they are not fun. They're not fun at all. That was the most miserable. Oh, I had no idea. I had no idea what it was, and it came on me so fast, and it was so painful, and I ended up going to the emergency room, and the doctor there was like, I hate to tell you, but it looks like you probably have shingles, and there's really not a whole lot we can do for you.
Oh my.
And I was like, oh, okay. Like worse than my RSD pain.
Yeah.
That was not.
MawMaw still has some nerve damage.
Yeah.
That could be caused. That could do that.
Her arm up and into the back of her hair. The back of her neck. And she still, I think she still has some nerve damage.
Well, hey, darling B. How you doing? And is that Bruce? Is Grayscale Bruce?
Grayscale is
Will?
Tony, right?
Tony. I'm sorry,
Good
Tony.
morning to Tony. Good morning to you. Good morning to Tony. Good morning to you.
1 p.m.
Oh,
1
yeah,
p.m. is that, you guys, please keep in mind Joy's husband and his surgery that he'll be having, and pray that they do remove all of the cancer.
It's getting on my nerves too. I agree.
And Joy, you can't. How far into the hospital can you go? Are you able to wait in a waiting room, or are you even able to go into the hospital?
Oh, yeah.
That's my baby.
Oh, Denise, yeah.
When I had shingles, I had it across my lower back, and of course on my bad leg, my worst leg side, across my lower back and down and around that leg, my bad leg. And I had to wear pajama pants for like a month and a half. I could not put pants on across those shingles on my, oh man, that was so miserable.
That would be rough.
Oh, Ian says he cuts Spam into very fine chips and has it with spaghetti to replace minced meat. Oh,
Michelle, my sister-in-law got him across her face, and it caused her to go blind in one eye.
That's terrible.
I got you guys, I had bought a can of hash, in the can with little bitty diced potatoes. I had not had it in a long time. So I went ahead and got a can, and heated up half of it because that's basically all I could do. And it was so good. But the cat and the Bailey went crazy. They lost
Yeah.
their mind when they smelled it. I'm like, this is not dog food. Yes, it looks like it, but it's not.
Mhm.
But I ended up putting the other half in Bailey's food dish, and it's so weird. When I went and looked,
Joyce
little
said she
bitty,
can go in. That
yeah,
is so
'cause that's
nice
where the
because
Joy, you're in Florida, aren't you?
nobody is allowed in any of the hospitals up here except the patient.
Mm,
But
that's rough.
I went in there and I'm like, how in the world does she eat everything but the little potatoes? The little bitty potatoes.
Those little teeny diced
Yeah.
potatoes inside of that, like hash.
How did
Oh,
she do that?
That's crazy.
my Chica would have eaten the potatoes too.
That is crazy.
I just thank the Lord in a Southern people knock on wood. Well, that's not real wood, I don't think. Nothing's made out of real wood anymore, I don't think. But that's something that I've been spared. I mean, you know, do you guys see my Abriana's dollhouse behind me?
Actually, I can't see anything. My eyes are closed.
Oh, yeah, that's cute.
It
Oh, that
opens
is
up.
cute.
It opens up. Casey said, Mom, what are you going to do with this? Because Abriana, I don't know when she'll be back or if she'll even like that when she gets back. I thought I can use it as props when I make
Mhm.
things.
Yeah.
Put it up as a prop.
Or you can slip it in a box in a plastic
Yeah.
bag and set it aside for her for later. You know, she might appreciate it sometime down the road.
Tiffany, when she got chicken pox, now Brandy had them and it wasn't that bad. My oldest daughter. And then she went to her mom's and I was like, oh my gosh. Then Tiffany got them.
Oh yeah.
Got them so bad. I told her she looked like the fly from the movie The Fly. And she cried, Mom, but she had them everywhere. She had them in her mouth, in her
Oh.
nose, in parts of her that other parts of her. Oh my gosh. And she did not scar. Not at all. She did not
That's good.
scratch them, I don't guess, and she did not scar. Casey got 2 pox. And I ain't
Yeah.
talking about the singer. He got 2 pox. He got one up here and he had one on the inside of his nose. That boy kept those. It would be time to go to bed. And he'd be like, well, I'm bleeding. I said, quit picking at it. So he scarred the one on his nose and one on his head. But the one on his head, I'm sure as he grew up, it crawled up his head. So Wendell, look, Denise, you guys need some blessings. Because Denise had a friend pass away recently, and Traci did. It's been, you guys, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I had them really bad when I had them, but my mom tells me that anyway. My brother and my older brother and I had them really bad, and my older sister just had a few chicken pox, but I was so young when I had them that I really don't remember it.
Yeah, I had a good enough batch. Wasn't a wild batch. It wasn't a horrible batch. It was kind of in the middle.
I had mumps, I had measles, and I had, well, Mom called them little measles. So mumps, measles, and chicken pox. I mean, I had them all. And we were vaccinated against measles, I think. I think we were vaccinated against everything, but I still got them.
Yeah.
We
I had
weren't.
mumps too.
We weren't vaccinated against chickenpox. Our kids were,
Mhm.
Yeah.
but we weren't.
Yeah.
They didn't take it as serious, I don't think, back then. But they
Mm-mm.
say if you ever had them, you can get them again. So,
Chicken pox?
yeah, if you've ever had
Well, you can get
chickenpox,
shingles. That's why it
Yeah,
gets
that's what I
dormant
heard is
and then
more
it
like the
comes
shingles,
back
but
as
yeah,
shingles.
but not the chicken pox twice.
no, but because the virus is still
Yeah.
there.
Oh,
The
Sonia, of
mumps, baby.
course we will pray for your
You had
friend.
the mumps on both sides. You didn't get it twice. And I had it on both sides.
Oh, so
I
Sonia,
had the
does
mumps.
she have that
I
C
gave them to my
virus?
dad. I think I was kind of young when I had them. I gave them to my dad. I guess whenever he was growing up, he just had them once.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, yeah, we were stuck up in a little town where my grandfather had retired to, and we were stuck up there whenever I got him, or whenever he got him, excuse me. So we didn't get to go home.
Mm-hmm.
We were staying in a hotel. I guess my mother had already had him too. So anyway, my poor dad.
Mm-hmm.
Ian, what are you saying? Explain that.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Ian,
What does that mean exactly?
I think
I'll be
you
right
simply have
back.
pale skin. That's what.
oh goodness, Ian. Look, I keep trying to prop my legs up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that I got them all. That I got all of the
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I
We
think
had
that's what he means.
we had the chicken pox and the mumps all in the same summer. The
Yeah.
older kids, but my little brother wasn't born yet when we all had them. So he had to have them later.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I remember catching one of them when I was in whenever we had gone to visit my aunt in Thibodeau. And I came home with, I think it was the measles,
Joy,
the 3-day measles, thankfully.
you're saying all of them have had the virus? The president and
Not the president, but his valet, his military valet. Then Vice President Pence's press secretary and Ivanka's aide
Aid.
all have it.
oh wow.
Yeah.
See, that's what I'm saying. We're all getting out there, and I'm I'm going to Walmart and at the grocery store, and we're all going out like everything's normal, but it's not.
True. Yeah. Well,
And
you're taking the hydro, whatever,
yeah,
Clorox, whatever.
yeah.
I can't remember the rest of the
Um,
name because
the,
of your what you call it, arthritis.
yeah,
So
hydrochloroquine.
that's built. That's helped your immune system deal with it. If you were if you, it's going
That's
to keep
why
it
I'm
away.
hoping.
Basically, going to repel.
Good morning, Michelle O and Sugar Teddy too. Good morning, Michelle O and Sugar Teddy too.
Hey, Michelle and Sugar and Ian. I think I said hello, but I don't want to make sure I didn't forget you.
Oh, Willow, girl, me too, me too.
I didn't get rubella.
Tonsillitis, ear infections, and what did we get when like my tonsils would swell up so bad,
Uh-huh.
cause a fever, and be sick? We got a bottle of Sprite by the bed and a bag to get sick in.
Yeah.
And we were given aspirin every so
Okay.
often.
I had
Cold
so many upper respiratory issues growing up that by the time I was 4, they removed my tonsils and my adenoids, and that pretty much that helped a lot. It helped a lot. And so thankfully that all worked out. But man, whew.
And ear infection. Do you guys remember what they gave us as kids as for ear infection? Sweet oil.
Mm-hmm.
You guys remember that?
No, I
My
don't.
grandmother kept
Yes,
a
I
little
do.
thing of sweet oil, and they'd put sweet oil in your
They
ear.
may have, but I just don't remember hearing that name.
So they kept sweet oil, they kept mercurochrome,
Yeah.
and swan oil. Nanny had something because when I chewed my fingernails down to the quick and they'd hurt, she'd put that whatever it was in that bottle, and it would numb it. So, and what was funny, we'd run around, look like we had something, the orange dots all over us, where Nanny would dot our sores with mercurochrome.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it actually had mercury in it, by the way.
I know. Yeah, mercurochrome. Yeah, total poison. Yeah, we all got poisoned up when we was a kid.
Yeah.
Yep, we sure did.
And how many kids played with mercury because of the way it was in the thermometers. And if they had busted just so they could roll around the mercury because it all stayed together.
Mercury poisoning. Yep.
It is crazy, but those things worked. And Paraguard, they had that up. You could get that over the counter,
strong stuff.
When Tiffany was a baby. But when Casey was a baby, you couldn't get it anymore.
Yeah, they discovered all kinds of problems with it.
Well, it was pure opium. I mean, that's what people were drugging their kids.
I didn't realize that. Well, that makes a lot of sense.
So, but heck, maybe the new stuff is even worse. All right, let me see. Oh, look at that baby. You guys, I got something from Beth. And that is
cool deal.
Beautiful. Thank you, Beth. Babies make me smile.
Yeah.
Eva is on Facebook.
Eva?
Yep.
Hi, Eva.
Good morning to Eva. Good morning to you. Good morning to Eva. Good morning to you.
Beth, is that your baby or grandbaby? Oh, Sandy.
Oh, Joy, you have a good day.
Hopefully, Sandy, I've got some real neat stuff and I should be able to get mine finished. MawMaw, I don't think she's going to be able to do it because she said her whole closet needs to be cleaned out to find what she's looking for. And if it's hid in that closet, I don't have enough time to pull, and I can't pull out everything in her closet. That would take a few days.
Man.
But
why I've been hearing racket all morning. They're
but Sandy, I'm ready to start back on it. It made me happy when I was working on it. And then I broke the needles, so now I got to go back. I got me some new needles, sewing machine needles.
They're tearing it off today, Liz?
Yeah, and it's not just the shingles of the house and the tar paper. They are replacing the plywood.
Oh, my goodness.
They're ripping that off. It's like, what the heck? I heard them. They were banging over the weekend, Friday and Saturday. And I thought they were finished. I guess they were taking it off. Now they're taking the plywood off or the whatever, the sheeting that was on there. I knew he had a stack of it out there on the driveway, but I didn't know, which if they were doing the garage or the house, well, now I know it's the house. It's a pretty good
Oh my
thing.
goodness. Yeah, that's gonna be noisy when they start hammering that all back on too.
They're hammering now, trying to, wedge it off, whack it off.
LizzAnn, are you going to do the challenge?
I'll have to get back to you on that.
I know the morning sickness. They used to have medicine for morning sickness, and my goodness, I forget the name of the medication, but it really it messed up a lot of children. What was it?
Phthalate or something like that.
Huh? Was it thallium?
Mm-mm. I know what you're talking about. The kids were born with very short or no limbs. A lot of the kids were born.
It's true. These lovely ladies deserve a thumbs up and a prayer. Great people. I dedicate Psalms 118 to them on this great and wonderful day the Lord has provided. God bless. God bless you.
Good morning, the truth. Good morning to you. Good morning, the truth. Good morning to you.
Good morning, friend. That's the name of the drug.
Yeah.
And I watched a video about it, and that's the one that caused children to be born without their limbs.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good morning to Glenn. Good morning to you. Good morning to Glenn. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Glenn. Good morning. I'm sitting here clapping at you guys and steady thinking, what in the world I'm going to fix for supper?
Mm-hmm. Willow's reminding everybody only a few days left for the challenge.
That means by me redoing everything, I've got one container that has what I need to work on what I'm making. So
cool deal. So you got it all portioned out and separated so that you don't lose it. Good for you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still trying to find the gesso that my daughter asked for the other day. That I told her I wasn't quite sure where it was, and I'm still not sure. Thankfully, she got me off the hook on it, but still, now it's got my curiosity up.
Mm-hmm. Myra, the challenge is to take like leftovers from a craft or a DIY project, turn it into something completely different that you wouldn't have expected to use it for.
yeah,
That's pretty much it, right?
Repurpose, yeah.
Taking a cracker box, making it into a hat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
exactly.
Something like that.
Sandy, did
as
you
if
get
somebody
to watch?
would do something like that.
The intent was to do it with things you have around the house. You can buy like paint and glue if you need to, but I think her original intent was to do it with what you have in the house already since we were on shutdown.
Yeah.
Right.
Sandy, have you got to watch Kevin, the video of what Kevin made? That one ton.
That grill is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Yes, it is amazing.
And he's not even finished. By the time
He didn't even use a pattern or anything for that, did he? He just like went to town and did it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. He does stuff like that. He can make anything. Yeah, you guys, it's the last video I think that I uploaded, but yes. He put up the fence. The fence panels have about had it, but those fence posts, they're not going nowhere. And even the shop. He did that. He crawled that ladder every day after work. Crawled that ladder, and I was so scared. And get on up there and do, the ceiling, the top joists. He did, and then wondered why his elbow wouldn't work, because the drill he had, that was a heavy drill, one of the heavy ones, and I would be on the cement and just watch him and be praying, Lord, please don't let him. I mean, because it's 20-something foot high, and he just climbed up there every day, get down, moved the ladder, climb back up with the wood. Looking at it now, I just can't. It's like I can't really remember how he just did it, but I took different pictures of it as he was going about doing it. One of the biggest things was, how you see a barn raising, but they made the one side, framed it up. They made the frame of one side, and they had 4 of them had to push it up in place and then get it to where it would stay. And oh my gosh, I was afraid that's going to be crushed. Then the neighbor boy was running all around the place, and that scared me. And I'm like, I was always scared with little neighbor boy. I love them, but he was like Dennis the Menace about coming in the shop, and he would want to climb on stuff. And that shop is not kid friendly. He almost stuck a screwdriver in one of the outlets, and he was just something else. And there is a picture out there that they did where they wrapped him up, and he's like this much off the ground, and he's just wrapped up against one of the poles. And he's got the biggest grin on his face. But yes, they wrapped him up to the pole. And then he'd bring his tools in there, his toys, and scatter them all over the place. And Kevin would tell him, boy, you better pick up those toys and get them out of my shop. Oh, so some of them Kevin did. He took a screwdriver, he took a drill or a screwdriver, and he screwed him into the wall, into one of the studs. So when he come and look, it was his toys up there they couldn't reach, and Kevin done zip them in there, boy.
How old was this kid?
Huh?
How old was he?
He started out at 3, running around, and he would just show up in just his little pajama bottom sometimes. And we'd be out there because he loved coming and see Uncle Kevin. But I'd be scared to death because, that was not a place.
What you could get into.
Yeah. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning to Mary. Good morning to you. Good morning to Mary. Good morning to you.
And we have Gail on Facebook.
Good morning to Gail. Good morning to you. Good morning to Gail. Good morning to you.
You guys, and I got to tell this, Gail, that chick done hit a hog with her truck. A wild hog run out in front of her.
My goodness.
And that's twice. The tree could have fell on her house, and then she hit that hog that could have been very, very bad. It could have.
That's 2 near misses there.
Yeah. So I told her, girl, God is with you. Because that was a huge hog. And to think, and she said the trucks.
That could have taken her out too. The tree and then the hog, man.
She said the truck still stinks. But it's just to hit something like that.
Crazy.
I was headed to work one night. I worked 3rd shift. And Gail said, glad you are feeling better, Traci.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Gail. I appreciate everybody's prayers and well wishes. I needed every last one.
Out of the dungeon and in the light.
Mm-hmm.
But I was headed to work one night and I wasn't sleeping good, and
Mhm.
I fell asleep driving.
Yeah.
I was bad about doing that. One time I was going to work and I ended up back to where I live.
Oh my goodness.
And when I woke up, it was like you either had to turn left or right, and there was that big sign.
Oh my.
And I was like right at that sign when I woke up. I'm telling you, Gail, God was with me. God was with
Yes.
me during those
Yeah.
times.
Definitely.
Another time I woke up just in time because I had a small car and there was a cow in the road. If I had hit that cow, it would have been like
Man.
hitting a
Mm-hmm.
it would have been like hitting a block wall had I
Mm-hmm.
hit that cow.
Definitely. Man.
Yeah, Gail said it was something else. God is always protecting us, and she said, "You're welcome, Traci."
And then there's the things that we don't even know about that he's protected us from.
Absolutely.
You know, that's what's awesome and scary at the same time. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Willow said, "Yeah, that huge hog would have done good on Kevin's grill."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was plenty of times that I think about it. I drove to sleep. I fall asleep driving. So that's something they say if you can do it when you're awake. So there was a movie. First, I watched the real life court going on. For a guy, um, he went back to his in-laws while he was asleep,
Oh
Mm.
my goodness.
and
Good
because
morning, Anamora. Good morning to you. Good morning, Anamora. Good morning to
good
you.
morning, Anamora.
Good
Well,
morning,
isn't that
Anamora.
why Mama used to take you out for coffee? You guys used to go out for coffee in the morning after work so that you wouldn't fall asleep driving home?
Yeah, yeah. I mean but a few years earlier, that's when I first started working. That was the job I got, was the third shift job.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, that was a 200-pound hog.
Woo!
Yeah,
Ouch.
if you'd been in a small car, that really, really would have been bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I watched the real life court thing about that guy, and he he got somebody that said anything you can do while you're when you're awake. If you sleepwalk, if you have a issue with sleepwalking, you can do when you're sleeping. They tried to say that guy could. There was no way he could have drove. It wasn't that far from his in-laws. That there's no way that he could have driven
Mm-hmm.
a few blocks over asleep. And he went into the house. He'd been working on their furnace.
Mm-hmm.
So he had I think a tire iron in his hand, and he was like fixing the furnace in his sleep. And when they come down, he
There he
didn't see
was.
them as them. So being
Mm-hmm.
a sleepwalker, I heard what the prosecution said. There's no way. And I'm like, if I'd been on that jury, I would have had to tell jury, yes, there is.
Mm-hmm.
And he did get acquitted. They found him not guilty. That him and his wife didn't make it. And, because of course, it's sad. It was
Mm-hmm.
very, very sad. And they made a Lifetime movie out of it. Ian, let me put that see if that'll go up there.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna disappear again. I've got breakfast.
Okay.
There you go, Gail. He done those emojis just for you. Um,
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, Keegan had to put up with that, and I have to take medication, and that was one of the medications when I called to the doctor's office. I said, "Hey, I gotta have." I said, "Look, that medication is what keeps me in bed at night." I said, you can't just cold turkey stop that medication."
Right.
But yeah, Keegan was scared out of his wits. I think the first time that I did, my dad even took me to the doctor and said, he asked that doctor, he said, "Have you ever been in the jungles and heard a banshee?" Whatever a banshee is.
Mm-hmm.
And because dad was in Panama, I guess he heard something in the jungles that just terrified him as a kid. And he said that every night about 11 or 12, I'd wake up screaming. So the first night, Keevan stayed over. Yeah, he just threw his hand over my back, and I couldn't figure out what knocked the wind out of me, but it scared him. It scared him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Gail said she used to sleepwalk. Her mom said that she used to walk to the place that they live all the time. So it's
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So Sonia's husband sleepwalks. So does Denise, her husband that goes by Chicken. He sleepwalks.
I used to sleepwalk when I was younger, but I don't
I would
anymore that I'm aware of.
And now that now that Kevin told me the woman ended up in the pool and it didn't turn out right, it was a pretty sad thing.
Mm-hmm.
It would scare me to death that I'd end up out there in the pool too, with the frog pool. Ian, he is still working on it. He's getting it going, but he got off work past couple of days. He's gone and helped his friend finish his shop. He did an add-on. They did the concrete, then they did the walls so it's not a shop as big as Keevan's, but it's still Keevan went and helped. They went in together and bought a bunch of press OSB, what they call it, press wood. But what is it? OSB? What's that wood called? What's that wood called? OSB? Particle board? OSB. But anyway, so there's like a couple of pallets full for Keevan to finish his shop.
Oh, Sonia. I can't imagine. That would not be fun.
Yeah. But there's something that's in the jungle that screams like that. But my dad called it a banshee. He said I'd wake up everybody in the house.
I thought a banshee was a real animal.
I think it is, but they also, the folklore is that she haunts people with her scream. So yeah, I'd wake up and couldn't talk the next day, and my throat would be sore. But it was really bad. Keevan, you want Traci sing her good morning to Keevan?
Good morning to Keevan. Good morning to you. Good morning to Keevan. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Y'all have a nice day.
They're
You
asking about
too.
that grill.
Yeah, I didn't get things undone this weekend. I'll see you later.
All right, love you.
Oh my goodness.
But I remember waking up one time because I got up my sleep and my little brother's friend we had like a small pinball machine that was bought for my brother for one Christmas. And his friend was hiding up under that because I got up screaming and running through the house.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah, that by the time they caught me to get me back to bed, I was awake by that time. And there was my brother. His name was Terry. There he was up under the bed. I mean, up under that pinball machine. Sonia, I went out the door and ran around the neighborhood beating on houses and screaming. I was probably about 12, 13, just running out of my grandmother's house. And they couldn't hold on to me. And I was running through the neighborhood screaming and beating on doors. I mean, I don't know what they thought, but it's scary. One of my pastors, one of my pastors said that he woke up one time running down the middle of the highway, and he had on his boxer shorts, nothing else.
Oh my goodness!
Boxer shorts in the middle of the night. I think my brother-in-law, Keevan's brother, used to sleep eat because he'd wake up with like packs of Reese's cups on him, you know, and in the bed. So I think he was one that would get up and eat in their sleep. And there are people that do that too.
Sonia, we used to have to do that with the cigarettes when we used to smoke in the house, because I would have a tendency to get up and light a cigarette and then fall back asleep with a cigarette in my hand. And that, not a good thing. Not a good thing. But now that we don't smoke inside, then I don't have that situation. But yeah, I did burn myself a couple of times. Thank goodness I burnt myself and not the entire house down.
Yeah.
With my babies in the house because I was smoking in bed. That was stupid.
Well, sometimes we're at a certain age, we think that's not going to happen to us.
I think you're right. But yeah, I think back now, I'm like, what? I cannot believe the danger I put my babies in, you know?
Yeah.
Who I love with my whole heart, you know? And oh my goodness,
you were still in that invisible stage.
Smoked in the house when they were babies, you know, what we both did, right? And I both did, but
unfortunately, a lot of people do that. But like I said, you know, when you're young, you know, you just don't think it's going to happen to you. You know?
Exactly. That is so true. It just horrifies me now.
Yeah.
What did you say?
Some wisdom behind us.
Oh my goodness. Monique said that sleep eaters will eat everything in the fridge, raw meat, butter. Oh my goodness.
Because in your sleep mind, you're seeing something totally different.
Right. Yeah, it's all.
So, I mean, I did it from the time like my sister said, even before I got out of the baby bed, I would scream in my sleep and everything. And then I never stopped. And I had all right, get finished, Craig. You got this. You got the stage.
Look out, Sonia.
I know I do that just for Sonia. But I had a neurologist say that I was missing a switch up here. I'm like, I kind of already knew that.
Good morning to Raven. Good morning to you. Good morning to Raven. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Raven. But yeah, he said I was missing a switch.
Yeah.
And so I said, yeah. And then he said, what I'm talking about is when you go to sleep and you get into REM sleep. He said, normal people have a switch that makes them immobile, that make you dream, but you're not moving per se. But he said those that don't have that switch, they get, you can do what you normally do. And so, well, Ian, I mean, it was a good way of explaining it. I mean, I knew I wasn't normal.
How old were you at the time this person told you this?
That doctor told me that.
Yeah.
In my 30s.
Oh, okay.
It took a long time.
But it's kind of layman's terms, Ian. Just kind of an easier way to explain things.
Yeah. And he told me do not take Zyrtec and Xanax. And he said that is a bad combination for nightmares. And so that's when they changed me over to Ponopin, which helps me. That is what I take to help me sleep. But he was right. I thought, I did that before I ever started taking medication. But when I did get my doctors to change me up, I do sleep better.
Yeah.
Well, Ian, I know I'm missing a switch. If Mothership was on here, my redheaded little brother, if he was on here, he would say, yes, I'm missing a switch.
I don't think I've gotten into deep sleep since I got married. Because the second I got married, I was responsible for kids. And you just don't sleep the same.
Yeah.
When you're that responsible,
All right, you guys. I'm going to tell you what I read, because this is what I read. Ian said, sounds like you are not going out of REM sleep and into deep sleep. Stairs on a really busy main road.
What?
I'm like, I had to look at it again. I done read Ian's and part of Sonia's all at the same time. So I was wondering how that was getting me on a really main road. Yay, Denise. Woo praise.
Yay.
You guys, I'm starting to doze off.
I could tell.
I understand.
I love you all.
Love you too, Traci.
With all my heart.
God's blessing.
Thank you for all the prayers and good thoughts, and help me get out of my funk. I will see you guys.
God bless you, your family, and your world today, honey.
Thank you. I'll see you guys in the morning.
Okay. You rest up now.
Yay.
Love you.
Love you.
Love you too.
And then there were two. Oh my goodness.
When I was about 12, my brother, that's 4 years, he was 4 years older than me, so he was 16.
Mm-hmm.
I got up in my sleep, and he tried to grab me, and they said that I threw him over. He had a twin bed, so they said I threw him over the twin bed. That when my mom and dad tried to catch me, that I pulled my mom's hair out. She said I was pulling it out by the roots, and I think I broke my dad's pinky or something.
Oh no.
Because I was in, fight and flight mode, because what I was in was people coming after me.
Right, adrenaline kicked in.
Yeah, and by the time I got in the living room, in my dream, I was thinking, take a dive and play dead. Take a dive, just take a dive. So I did. And the rug in there was very coarse, very coarse, and I woke up with rug rash all over
Ooh.
my knees and my arms.
Yeah, on your arms. Yeah. Hey,
Hey,
Denise.
hey, everybody.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I don't know, this morning it was crazy. Every time I tried to get back in, my internet would flip me out before I could get into the
I
stream.
was singing "Pop Goes the Weasel."
I figured that. That's what we were doing, LizzAnn,
Monique,
too.
I'm over the top this morning. Even before we come on, there's 5 of us in the back room talking
Yeah.
before we even went live, and I was like, "Yay! The gang's all here!
Yeah,
Yay!"
that was crazy.
And we were all here.
Yeah, we hadn't had 5 of us in backstage for, I don't know, a long time.
Yeah.
Good morning, Wanda. Good morning. You would have got a song, but Traci, hey, you got to kind of
Oh,
ease
she was
back into it.
exhausted.
Yes.
She was
Yeah.
exhausted. She didn't sleep all that well either.
Yeah.
She's been having a hard time sleeping, so.
Oh yeah. Myra, my ex-husband, I woke up when they woke me up. I was beating on the walls. We was living with his mom, and I was beating on the walls saying SOB, SOB. I was saying the words because in my dream I was beating him,
Ah.
but I was beating the wall. And then another time I jumped up and hit the floor. I was pregnant with Tiffany, and that scared me because when I hit the floor, I was on my stomach.
Ooh.
So,
Yeah.
Oh, you'd be surprised how resilient it is in that tummy all protected.
Yeah, they say after a
And I
certain
know.
point
I know.
of the
Yeah.
pregnancy.
Because it
But
can
yeah,
sure make you go
she
into labor.
sleepwalks. Casey talks in his sleep. He doesn't sleepwalk, but he talks in his sleep. Tiffany sleepwalks and talks in her sleep. Joey, when he was a baby or real small, he would talk and cry out in his sleep. And I would have to talk to him and rub on him. And I believe Abriana sleepwalks. So they all, and my mom said when she was pregnant with me, she did. She run in her sleep, and so
Tatum talks in his sleep. Alvin screams and fights and tries to go for the gun in his sleep.
I talk in my sleep.
Oh, LizzAnn, my brother does. But when we were younger, living at the house, it was his room and then mine and my sister's room, and there was a vent in between them. We would open his vent and open ours and sit there and listen to him and just laugh our butts off at him. Because whatever sport he was playing, that's what he was talking about.
Oh, okay.
Baseball, he'd be going slide, slide, slide.
Well, I'm told I don't make any sense.
Go for the long one.
Well,
I'm told whatever I'm saying doesn't make any sense. And probably it's like, I guess it's like witnessing Pat inside Darlene's head or something.
When the movie in the 70s come out is about 76. The Exorcist come out.
Oh, I didn't watch that movie.
Yeah.
My sister went to go see it, and I still remember this. She came back to the house after going seeing that to come the next day because she's moved out, because she's 7 years older than me. She said, I know what's wrong with Darlene now. I know what's wrong with her. She's possessed, because that's exactly how that girl acted on that movie I just went and seen last night.
Oh,
so
no.
then she done scared me about that.
Yeah, that's all you need to hear.
Everybody knew. I guess all of them was afraid. Especially after I put my hands on my brother. Now my sister in Florida said, if you ever do that to me, I'm gonna knock you out. So, subconsciously, I don't think I ever did that to her.
I
And
bet.
she just let me go. She just, whatever. But my brother, funny, my oldest brother, I can remember Kevin was working third and he just happened to be at my house spending the night or weekend or whatever to get away from my parents. But Casey was a baby, so I might have been 29 because he was no longer with us by the time I was 30. But anyway, I woke up one time and he was in front of me. And when I woke up, he was just like, and I'm like, what are you doing? He wouldn't put his hands on me. He just was walking back and forth in front of me until I'd wake up. He was calling my name until I woke up. And I guess he figured, I am not putting my hands on her while she's asleep.
I do not know what she's going to do.
I made a mistake one time of going up to Alvin and waking him up.
Yeah.
And when I did, that man grabbed me and went. I was like, "Oh heck no!" I went and beat the tar out of him. So now, if I have to wake him up, he's down by his feet. I take his foot and I go, "Alvin, time to get up." I don't go nowhere near those hands.
Well, that's the thing. They say that it's really not good for that person for you to wake them up, startle them awake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
when he's screaming and stuff, I do it easy. But I tell him, I wake him up easy. I tell him, I said, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
Yes, Darlene B. We've used ours.
Yes.
We've used ours.
Yep,
I have one and I have used it, yes.
Oh, and I smell wonderful today, you guys. I use my soap from Darlene.
Oh,
it smells so good.
Buy me some of that soap.
Aren't you special?
Yes, so Darlene B, I was thinking of you in the shower this morning. I sure was.
That's funny.
That whole bathroom smells so good.
Yeah.
Yes, I put mine out there to be washed. But, I don't know if everybody that sleepwalks when they're a child, I don't know if they had a traumatic thing happen. I don't know. Because both my kids, one talks, which my brother talked in his sleep, but it would be in different language. My mom swore it must have been Japanese he was speaking. But he would talk in his sleep. Casey talks in his sleep. I think it's just something sometimes hereditary.
Yeah.
But I would never want anything to make me not dream. There's some of the weirdest dreams I have. Not that LizzAnn is surprised. But
none of us are surprised.
Be a nightmare to some people are adventurous to me. Not that LizzAnn is surprised. But,
I have strange dreams too.
Oh no, Raven said her husband's growls in his sleep. Willow, I know that sounded weird, but
she says that her husband says that she growls in her sleep.
Casey is funny because Casey sounds like he's eating in his sleep.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he makes eating noises in his sleep.
Occasionally, my husband makes weird noises in his sleep, or says something in his sleep, but it's not very often.
Josie did Pop Goes the Weasel. She's back. Yeah, I love my dreams. I mean, I can be battling zombies. I can be. I do remember some. All right, I remember the earliest nightmare I can remember was of a ceramic donkey. It was ceramic. It was white. And it was in our room and it was coming at me, floating through the air at me. And I started screaming. The next one was we lived in this house and I dreamed of cats. cats always scared me when I was a kid. I don't know why.
Mhm.
But there's a huge hole in the wall, and millions of black cats were coming at me.
Hmm.
And I guess I run through the living room, and my dad caught me. I was real little.
Mhm.
And then when I was a teenager, young teenager, like 12 years old, I dreamed a huge ape coming at me, chased me down the road, and I could not get away from it. Good morning, CC. Good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing, CC? Yeah, I seem to revisit the same places in my dreams or same situations sometimes.
Monique.
It's like I'm going up this bridge and it doesn't have any rails on the sides, and I'm afraid that I'm going to fall off. And it's not a small bridge; it's a steep bridge, or it's like almost straight up.
All right, let me get
Really
out my tablet. Let me get out the tablet.
You got to talk. You got to write down what I was saying about my dreams.
Liz, I charge by the hour, or I charge by the minute.
Oh, do you now? Okay. Would you have a problem if I gave this wonderful book that I got from Darlene, along with several other things, my painting, a T-shirt that is in the other room, and there's something else. What was it? The book. I gave the book to my granddaughter Friday, and she was happy with it. But would you have a problem if I gave this to my grandson?
No.
Because he was talking. My daughter was telling me yesterday. Journal, blank pages. But anyway, he was telling my daughter that he wanted to start a journal about his experiences during this crisis that we're in.
Oh, wow.
For his kids and grandkids. And she says, "Oh, okay. Well, I'll try to get you something at next time I go out." And he says, "Okay. Well, in the meantime, his sister gave him some pages out of her sketchbook for him to write on and then transfer to his journal." And so I told her, I says, "Well, I think I might have something that he could use." And but I didn't tell her what yet. She says, "Oh, good, that'd be fine." So I wanted to be sure that it was okay with you before.
Yeah,
I put you on the spot in front of a million people here.
But do you see how God works?
Yeah. So I think that it'll be an encouragement, because what it says is, "For with God, nothing shall be impossible." I believe that would be an encouragement to him.
Yeah.
And I know it's got a note in here, but I think that he'll appreciate it. So
yeah.
Anyway.
I do too. But see, God works in mysterious ways, and I think that will be very good for him. I think everybody. I think men call it memoir.
Yes, he does.
When they're older, and they keep a diary. It's a memoir,
right?
But I started one in the 6th grade, so I've kept it up. I think it's good for people to do journals.
Yeah, I do too. I have.
Oh yeah.
I make notes every day while I'm sitting here watching whatever on YouTube or doing things, researching or looking things up online or whatnot. And I make notes in this spiral notebook. Whenever I run out of one, I start another one. So it's kind of a journal in some ways, because I write down what I'm thinking about, whatever I've discovered.
I've already got some stuff right here, and I think what I'm going to do is clean out part of this cabinet up here and do all of mine in order. All my journals in order.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah. And then
that'd be cool.
I have one that my daughter gave me for Christmas. And it's got a week
wait, why did I knock her out of the stream?
It's got
Yeah.
it's a weekly thing. It's
Oh,
got a thought for the week, and then you write your thoughts about it. So I need, I guess if I'm going to do a journal, I should do that one.
yeah.
So, I mean, I love the other one with blank pages too. So, I mean,
I've
I
got
might
so,
stop at the dollar store and buy something for him. That's his. I don't know. We'll see.
I've got so many. My sister likes sending them to me, and Keevan has bought me some. And like this one is one my sister gave me,
Uh-huh.
and that's the one that I write down the God jars and stuff I send.
Oh, yeah.
All the stuff that I send and keep up with. So that who I've sent them to, and then I always write down if somebody says they like something, I write it down,
Mm-hmm.
and I try to personalize,
Right.
something for them.
I may just keep this one, and whenever I finish this spiral, go to this one, because I forgot about the note being in there. Because I can pick him up something at the journal store, at the dollar store.
Well,
That would be good.
Ollie's,
We don't have an Ollie's.
when we went to Ollie's, I told Casey, I said, oh yeah, I'll be able to get some more of those if they still have them at the front, where we could go in and get the coffee, because Casey, it was one of those days we didn't coming back, he turned on his music, and he said, well, you're right, music does soothe the savage soul. So anyway, the drive home was much better. So
That's
I
good.
had this stuck over here. I just thought about. I put that picture of my grandson
Cool.
because he gave me
Oh.
a rose out of the blue. He said, Nanny, what can I buy you? This been a few years ago, and I said,
Mhm.
you don't have to buy me nothing. Save your money. But he had stuck over and he had gotten a rose, a long stem rose.
Oh.
I put that in here. And he got me a long stem rose and a candy bar.
Oh. That was sweet.
Yes, it was. So I put that in the jar so I could keep it. But
You
yeah,
and your
I'm
jars.
gonna put all my journals up here. And this one is funny. It looks like a cupcake.
Oh, yeah.
But this one, oh my goodness. May 19th, this would have been 4 years ago. At 4:30 a.m., I fed the two coons. At 10, I would put that Bonnie did her business. 4:45, then 9 o'clock, and then this was Bonnie and Clyde, and I would put in here when I had to keep up with it when they got fed, when they did their business. But this is my raccoon thing. I put all of their business in this. So,
That's funny.
yeah, my babies. I'm glad Keevan started going out to the shop. Oh my goodness! See, big old bag of peanut M&Ms. I'm gonna have to quit buying candy, and I'm good about now. Look, I've gotten good when they send out for Dairy Queen. I don't get Dairy Queen now. And then Bailey got on my side of the bed and up near my face, and I leaned down. I said, "You got ice cream on your breath." She had ice cream breath, so Keevan must have fed her the rest of the time. But I'm trying to do better. Really, really trying to do better about that. I'm reading you guys. Earlier, when the girls was in the bath, what was I doing? I was doing something, and I think I was up at the computer, and I looking like this.
You were on your phone. You
Oh,
had your phone up because that's where you was looking at Facebook, and you was over there just reading away, and we talking. And then like I said, she can't read and talk at the same time, y'all. I
My,
said she's not froze. She's just reading. Look at her face. You can tell.
my dad used to say I couldn't walk and chew gum at the same time.
Yeah.
But look, I used to tell people, "Oh, hey, Pamela.
Hey Pam, how you doing, sweetie?
Pamela, we had earlier we had Traci with us. So Traci came on this morning. So yay. We had everybody on at one time. All the girls.
Till I got thrown out.
I didn't throw her out for
No, the
unstable
internet
internet.
did. My
But
internet did.
I used to tell people when I'd go walking, the kids would have to tell me to slow down. Now Casey's got those long
Yeah.
legs and I can't walk fast. But I used to tell people, I said, well, when I go walking, I walk as fast as I talk. So that pretty much let them know.
Yeah, I gotta go check on Alvin. He ain't stirred nothing. Hold on, let me go check on him.
Yeah. But now I can't walk as much. And just doing the video, around the yard, oh my gosh, by the time I was through, I was tired.
Yeah.
And
You
that
need
was
to kind of walk around your property a little more with somebody with you, maybe, or within shouting distance.
well, and you think about it, if Kevin's across, you saw I show where Kevin works. So when they
Yeah.
open those bay doors, it echoes. I can hear them talking sometimes.
Yeah.
So if I were to fall or something, there would be somebody over there that would hear me.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Hey, Pam.
but yeah, I used to walk very fast, and I could walk and talk back then. When me and Francis first met, and we'd go walking every day after we worked 8 hours or 12 hours, we'd go walking. But that was when I was in my early 20s. I
Yeah.
had that nervous energy. I had that, and that was another thing. If I was upset or nervous about something, I would do things faster.
Mm-hmm.
And Casey has had to tell me this weekend or this past week, he'd say, Mom, you need to go lay down, because when I'm stressed,
Uh-huh.
I tend to go over things in my head. And while I'm doing that, I lose my breath, and I guess have a look, in case he'll say, Mom, sit down, because anything I'm doing it in a fast, jerky way.
Yeah.
And
That
usually,
anxiety issue.
yes. And that's how I did when I was by myself in the kitchen and that bowl was sliding, and I just slapped my hand on it. And, that's how I cut my finger.
Yeah.
I was dropping things and doing all kind of crazy stuff. Ian,
Sorry about that. He's okay.
Okay, good. Ian, I helped him in that man cave.
He just slept hard.
Well, my washing machine and dryer is out in the garage, and half the garage is my husband's tool bench work area. I don't have a choice. It's on that side.
Uh-huh.
But I fit right in out there because, I used to feel more comfortable going into the hardware side of the, the tool section and all that side of the department store than anything. So,
Me too.
Well, I worked in a setting that, anyway, even when I was growing up, I'd go outside and watch what my uncle was doing out there with his projects. If my dad was at work and my mom and I were over there, my mom was visiting with my aunt, which was my father's sister-in-law, actually. But I'd go out there where my uncle was and watch everything he was doing. And pester him. Probably like your little Dennis the Menace person. Probably was getting on his nerves more than anything.
I
But
know.
he
I
was good
enjoyed
about it.
taking. I want to fix stuff. Yeah, I
You
took
know,
apart stuff to fix it. My washing machine to go out. You need to ask Galvin to work on it because he didn't know his head from all in the dirt. And when it come to stuff like that, so I just take my washing machine apart and fix it and put it back
There you
together,
go.
just like I know what I was doing.
but
Well, I
you
It
know,
worked.
used to
the
sell
way I
lawnmower
That
am
bad
on
boy
here,
working for
parts, all that kind of
years.
stuff.
Thank you.
I'm sorry,
the
Darlene, I
way
didn't mean to speak over you.
the way I am on here, jump from subject, da 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 da. Well, Keevan would just tell me, "Would you please shut up? You are getting on my nerves." Hey,
Yeah.
Foxy, good morning. Yeah, he would just tell me to shut up, and then I'd be like, and
So you don't want to invade the man cave, huh?
There go my redneck doorbells.
I have to have my own power tools. I have to have all my own tools.
Mm-hmm.
There's
It's
Ryan and
aggravating if I
Colleen, I
don't know where to
guess.
find them. Because I was the one that put up shelves, and I was the one that done all that kind of
Go, little mom.
stuff. But no, there is. I took all kind of pictures as that shop was being built. I took pictures. I even laid on the concrete and took pictures up.
Oh, cool.
As
Yeah.
it was being done. And they're
No,
like,
he did not send her home.
because I accidentally.
Who are you talking to, Denise?
Oh, broke her heart.
Oh, the puppy.
Oh, okay.
No,
But
my great nephew and his daughter were running to my daddy's,
Oh.
and looks like he made Kyler turn around and go back to her nana's. Like, come on. That's what the dogs were barking about.
Okay.
My great nephew's moving on a piece of property behind us with
Oh,
his
cool.
wife and 2 girls.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so we're gonna have little ones on the hill.
yeah.
Oh, good.
I think Kyler Ann is 6, and Olivia is. How old is Olivia? Olivia is 2. Yeah, going on 30.
I
Olivia's
know,
a 2-year-old. Oh,
But yeah,
Olivia's a hoot, y'all.
I had when we were doing the upstairs room,
Mm-hmm.
I had cut my finger on something. I forget, or I was using the drill and something happened and my finger bled. I put it all over the wood. I'm like, that's just proof. I got blood, sweat, and tears in that shop just as much. Just as much.
That's funny.
Uh-huh.
But
Boy,
yeah,
if you used to get cut, my daddy used to pour kerosene on us. It stops the blood flow.
Yeah.
Wasn't good to get in your bloodstream, but yeah.
But I used to put like I had my lightweight screwdriver that I used for everything. Screwdriver, drill, that it was a handheld. But I would put together furniture and sell it, like make children's furniture.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and I would draw out a pattern and then cut out the wood. I had a scroll saw.
Mm-hmm.
So I used to do all that kind of stuff. So I love the smell of Lowe's.
Mm-hmm. I do too.
Oh my gosh, I walk in there and smell that the smell of wood.
Mm-hmm.
It's just wonderful.
Uh-huh.
So
Yep.
Keevan took me to his friends
Definitely.
the other night since they finished that building. He took me over to show what he'd been doing. And I walked in there, I'm like, oh my gosh, it smells so good in here. I said, Keevan, you should just get a scent that smells like fresh wood and put behind your ears. Like they need to make a
That's funny.
cologne.
A manly scent, huh?
Aromatherapy.
They need to make a cologne that says
Mhm.
Lowe's. or Home Depot.
Oh
Because
my.
I'd wear it.
I love the
Unfortunately.
smell of
Hey,
wood.
5 Speed, how you doing? You snuck in on me.
I know he ain't been on in
Hey,
a while.
sweetie. We ain't picking on you.
Mm.
I have my own tools here at the house. You know, just like a regular screwdriver, wrench,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
needle nose pliers,
All those little things you need
uh,
for just
pliers
doing
and stuff
things.
like that. I've told them myself, listen, well, they don't take care of their stuff. That's mine. You don't
I
mess with it.
I
And they
know,
pink and
right?
blue, so don't tell me I don't know who's mine. I better not be missing a piece or you are
I,
dead meat when I find it.
Ian, why do I always have
Because
to
I
read
will
your?
bust somebody's chops.
I just,
Mm.
Ian. Sometimes
Oh,
it's gonna
Lord.
take me a little while because it took me a little while with to figure out.
Yeah, he's in England, so I mean he's got a different sense of humor.
Yeah.
Different kind of sense of humor. But that's okay. That's what makes him special.
Joe Casey said he wants us to get this
Go,
in
will I
here
go?
finished. It's it's causing his anxiety to come in this room. And plus he took some of the stuff in his room. And
Alvin's walking around in his underwear. That's why I got myself blocked out. Sorry.
Well, thank you for that little tidbit.
I didn't figure y'all would want to see none of that.
Yeah, we don't want to see any of that. No, you're right. Nothing personal. No. Well, yeah, okay, that makes sense too.
but Joe
You even
Casey
started red, Denise.
is going to help me in here.
Oh,
So
it's so
is
easy
he
to
gonna
get Liz.
go? Is he gonna read today? Is he gonna have Bible study?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Um, I don't know. I don't know what he's going to do today. I know he's going to get in here.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. Boxers. Boom. Boom. Boxers.
Oh,
What y'all think he was talking
I had
about?
no idea.
I thought
Oh my
boxer
Lord,
shorts.
no! I did not think y'all thought he was talking. No,
Yeah.
are you kidding? I knew what he meant when he said boxers and Vaseline.
I don't know. I was thinking about dogs, to
Oh.
be honest.
Oh, you thought dogs. Denise
Yeah.
knew, and I thought boxer shorts. That's why I'm looking like, and
Okay.
I'm getting closer. Look, that's why I was like,
You got us curious and wondering here.
yeah. And the more I could understand, trying to figure it out, I was getting closer and closer, and I was like,
That's actually a very normal response. I apologize for pulling out the he's
I'm
from England
sorry, boy,
part.
that just tickled me. Because I could see the expression on her face, and I'm thinking,
Oh,
yeah, they put
oh
Vaseline
my
on their
word.
guts. What you mean?
I tell you. Life's crazy.
but
Totally
look,
crazy.
the Lord knew we needed happy
I'm
starting out
sorry.
this
It's
Monday
okay.
morning.
Yeah, we needed some laughter.
It's,
Yes.
it's
Last
just a picture in my head I can't get over.
Well, Denise, I'm sorry. Messed her up, man.
but speaking of
I'm talking about
boxing,
Darlene. I get the dog, maybe, but I was just like boxer shorts.
I look, I'm just now getting back in the swing of things because Friday was still a bad day. Friday was really me putting on my boxer gloves and giving the old devil a 1-2 to
Yeah.
tell him, hey, no, I'm not in it. No, my head's not in it, but we need it.
Yeah.
Hey, Annette, my cousin Annette is on Facebook. My
Hey,
prayers are with you. So her father passed away, which
Oh,
Hey,
I'm sorry.
Annette.
he's a distant cousin, but
Oh,
still,
goodness.
I'm so
there are
sorry.
Prayers
family.
for sure.
So, Annette, I know you miss your daddy terrible. It was last week, I think. So,
Yeah, that's hard.
Melissa, I'm glad you're listening. And see, we needed some laughter because last week was just, Sandy got to get her health back up, and Traci, going through a lot, and people with their either whether it's mental or physical pain.
Right.
But still, when you have the physical pain, it does throw you into the mental part
Right. It
because
does.
you know and you
Oh,
don't
it
realize.
does.
I told Casey, I said, you don't realize
It's like,
this channel's kind of founded on women, and not just women, but men too, that come in and watch us crazy women. But there is a lot of people out there that come here because they're either working from home because they can't work out of the home,
right.
disabled, in a lot of pain. They're used to
Right.
going every 3 months to get an injection or some kind of help,
Right.
and then wham, all of this hit. And then I'm like, oh my goodness, Traci couldn't get help. Denise couldn't get help. Sonia couldn't get help. Willow couldn't get it. I mean, it went on and on. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah. The
Because
domino effect.
It was, yeah, it is tough to get ahead of pain. You want to go ahead and work on, before it hit. And when it's so bad, it takes so much out of you. And you do not realize how exhausting mentally and physically it is to
Exactly.
fight pain.
Yes.
You would have never been able to tell me that until when experiencing it is like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It
It's a
is
whole
the
thing.
hardest thing to get through.
Yeah.
But
It's rough.
that trying to catch up to it is the worst part.
Mm-hmm.
If you can catch it before it gets really bad, you're good.
Ian,
But it's like feels like it's downhill the whole time when it gets ahead of you. You just don't have room for nothing.
Yeah.
There's nothing left in you.
Yeah. It's exhausting.
yeah. And you guys, I was just mentally exhausted this week.
Yeah.
Not only do I have my regular pain, but that
Well, yeah,
I can take care of. It was
Yeah.
just a mental
you
thing.
had a lot going on.
Mine
So
was
our whole house,
so.
it always affects the whole dynamic here.
Well, yeah. Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, it does.
So Ian said they're being unlocked in the UK.
I mean, you get one that's not here, it's like, where you at? Feels like a part of you is missing.
Yep.
Right.
So Ian said they're being unlocked in the UK.
Good.
Well,
I thought I saw something about it extending through May, but maybe.
well, there was somebody that told MawMaw wherever they're at, they're extending it to the end of the
God bless you.
into the end of the year almost.
Oh, moly.
Marisa Spradlin's on. Hey, Marisa. Thank you for
Marisa.
joining us.
Hey, Marisa.
I met somebody when me and
Hey,
Kevin took a
Marisa.
ride. When we took a ride Saturday night over where he helped build that shop and everything, I met somebody and she had this coffee she sent me, a special kind of coffee that she's selling. It's supposed to help with antioxidants and all this kind of stuff. But it tastes like instant coffee. And I don't know if it's just because I took all my meds and then drank some of that, but I was like hot water in my mouth, and I was just like leaned over, and I'm like, okay, I got to have the medicine in my system. Let me just let this pass. I was actually in the kitchen. We have an old farm sink, as they say, and what do you call it? The ceramic kind, the old one. So I was leaning over. Hey, Kim Ricky. I was leaning over to the drain, and I had running water, and I had my head on the cold water faucet coming
Right.
out. Francis said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Trying to keep my morning meds down." I said, "Oh no." So I did finally get over that, but I could not drink the coffee, and I did take one of these little capsules, and it put me in hyper, and that might have been what hurt, because this body's not meant to go in hyper speed.
Yeah. Hey,
And
Kim.
So Casey said, "Mom, you don't need to take this anymore. You got to check with your doctor before you take stuff like this." So yeah. So I really think that one thing, it had niacin in it, and I don't know what else.
Oh,
And
okay.
yeah, and it kind of made me feel better than what I really felt like.
Uh-huh.
And I got in here working really a little bit too much. And
Yeah.
so then when I was hurting into the other medicine, that's why I think I just was tired.
Hey, Amber.
Good morning, Amber.
Hey, Amber.
Good to see you, dear.
Ian, it tasted like Nescafe. That's what my mom, it tastes like coffee at my mom. So I put sugar in it to see if that would help, because whenever I'd go to her house, that's the only time I put sugar in the coffee. I
Mm-hmm.
can't drink it unless it was at her house. It just tastes
Yeah.
better
Yeah.
at her house.
Yeah. That's funny.
Ooh, Amber, girl, you got to be careful. Marisa, which is on she's on Facebook. How are you guys handling everything with the with this going on? I don't I have to pick and choose my words.
Yeah. Very carefully.
And that's so crazy, because
Amber, you got to quit hurting yourself.
if you if you get permission, they'll let you do it.
What do you mean
I
get
don't
permission?
if it's weird.
Permission
Yeah,
from
it's
who?
weird.
Quit.
But you guys,
Yeah.
I did take pictures all the way around this room.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the second before, or third before and after it's going to be.
Well,
Bless
you'll
them.
be able to decide which ones you want to share that way.
Oh
Which
yeah.
before you want to start with.
You know, we got one already up, you guys.
Just do a little at a time.
You know, Casey he did one. Marisa says she is just ready to get back to work. Yeah, everybody wishes they could be home, but then when you are made to be home, you're ready to get out of the house.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
you know, being in the house all the time is not always great. And poor MawMaw, when while a few months back, she was in her bedroom. What was it, Denise? A couple months when
Yes.
her knee
A
was
long
messed up,
time.
that she couldn't even come out
Yeah,
of
she
her
wasn't
bedroom.
able to get up.
She could go from the bed to the
Mm-mm.
chair and prop her leg up, but that felt like a
And that's
jail
it.
cell.
Oh, yeah. Nothing.
Oh, Kim, Kim,
Oh,
Kim, do
cool.
you see what Kim said?
Yeah, I see it. I'll be looking for that, Kim.
Yeah, I will have to put up a reminder, Kim, because I'll be able to be in here
Yeah.
while I'm doing what I'm doing. And the new computer is a all-in-one, and it lifts up, and I can swivel it around wherever I'm working. So that works great. But yeah, Marisa, I used to wish sometimes when I'd be at home, when I'd be at work, oh my gosh, I'd be so sleepy at work. And I'd think, oh, if I was at home, I would just sleep. But I can't nap. That's what I'm glad, but I can't nap. Even with the
Oh, me
medications I
either.
take, I can't nap.
That's the hardest thing in the world to do.
And I
Is
used to
everybody
did,
will say,
but
"Take you a nap," and I'm like, "A nap?
oh my gosh, she
I don't
said
even
he's
know what a nap is."
a Bernedoodle with tons of hair. Oh my gosh. Let me
So the doodle
see what
part
that
probably
Saint
solves all
Bernard.
the hair.
Oh,
It's a Saint Bernard.
and a poodle mix. I
Ooh,
wanna look, I got to
a lot of hair.
Ooh,
I am Googling that.
I got to see that dog.
Oh my goodness. All right, let me see if I can share screen. Um,
Yeah, because I want to see what that looks like.
all right.
Really
Correct.
curly headed Saint Bernard.
I'll bet. Yeah. Man,
I,
that's a big dog.
all right, let me go to the other page now.
You're not
Can you
kidding.
guys see it?
Oh, yeah. It's
Look at
pretty.
all of
I
them.
see a page.
That's a pretty dog.
Oh
Oh my
my
gosh, look at
goodness.
the one right here. Look at that
Yeah.
one.
They're
Oh,
adorable. Oh, look at that.
yeah. How big is that
Adorable.
dog, Kim? 90 pounds? 110 pounds? What?
She said it was big.
Oh my gosh. They're so cute.
Saint Bernard and standard poodle mix. Woo!
That looks like he looks like a coat, like a jacket.
So, Kim, are you
Oh,
a pet groomer, hon?
she is.
Okay, cool.
She's a groomer. The puppies.
Now I say I figured out how to do it. Oh, jump back on it. Okay.
Yeah, that would be a pretty.
Oh, 110 pounds.
Yeah, that's what I figure.
But you guys, I know
Woo!
when Bailey's walking around in here,
Ooh,
she doesn't look that big when she's just walking around
right.
in here. And usually cameras make everybody look bigger, but no, she don't look that big. But I bet she weighs 55 to 60 pounds,
Yeah.
and she's
Or
just
even
so.
Chica, weighs less than 10 pounds, but she's that gets heavy. That little body pushing against you gets heavy.
Uh-huh. It does.
As you know, Denise, you got chihuahuas,
Well,
you
when you
know.
see, yes.
All right, let me see. All right, let me see, Kim. I'm gonna pull up. All right, let me see if I can.
Mm.
Have you already got it up?
Ooh.
The oldest chihuahua we have, she's 14,
Oh,
and she's always been we never have been able to put no meat on her bones. She's just been the same size forever.
well, that's good.
You know what I mean? She didn't fill out
Yeah,
like Chica, because we got Birdie's filled out like Chica is.
yeah.
I mean, she's like,
When we got Chica, she
you
was
know,
7.5
heavy.
pounds.
So
Cool
you
deal.
guys,
Yeah, so it's different.
that's Kim's link, but not to that video. So we'll have to wait until she uploads the video.
Yeah, I'll do that. I got it.
Okay. I joined your family, Kim.
Kim, I just want
Yeah,
to.
I would
I want to know how you
for
do your
sure.
job and still look cute. I mean, you're washing dogs and you're grooming the dogs. How do you still look cute doing it? That's what I want to know. How you
Ooh.
just look.
That's just Kim.
I know. Just looking all pretty and cute while she's washing the dogs and
She
stuff.
just cute. She just cute. She's just cute like that.
Oh.
After she gets him washed, she's going live. She's not going to try to go live and wash him first. She'll do it while she's grooming him.
Kim, I'm gonna have to go through there and watch you and Monique talking. There's nothing boring. I'm gonna tell you. If anybody takes the time to have a YouTube channel that you're making content and that you're going live on, putting yourself out there, I say kudos because
Amen.
it was one of the scariest things for me to ever be seen in Casey's video with Porch Church. It was a very weird. I wasn't comfortable doing it, and then got closer to camera, and then Casey did the thing in here where he set the laptop up, and it was him steady moving around, and me watching the chat.
Mm-hmm.
But I was seeing myself in it, and it made me so uncomfortable.
You get self-conscious.
I used to, and you guys probably don't think that I ever would have, but I did at the beginning.
Oh yeah, that makes sense that you would.
Yeah,
Well,
because
that realization that there's more than one person out there listening to you, hopefully, or maybe not hopefully. It's all that going through your mind at the same time. Yeah, but no, yeah, but yeah. And at the same time, you're like trying to be careful of what you say and so forth. So yeah, it can be overwhelming.
all right, Ian. Yes, I'm gonna see what you're gonna do.
Ah.
But yeah, I just thought Liz had always been on. I did not know that.
No,
But look, you've been in front of people. I remember when you gave your speech.
you're so funny.
I remember
Church
when you
meetings.
did your speech,
Huh?
and when you asked prayer for you to give you the boldness, stand up and do your speech for that,
For
the
that
art
art show?
contest.
Yeah.
And you guys, the woman told all of Liz's credentials after Liz been on here forever with me. And started giving all those credentials, and I'm like, but she's so down to earth.
She's just Liz, ain't you?
Yep.
I
Even with
know. But
just
It hasn't. It
I
doesn't
was
change who
amazed.
she is.
I was amazed at what all Liz has done, and to be so shy. And I was like, oh.
yeah, I can be shy when I'm talking in front of people that I don't know, and the thing that kind of got me through the church meetings was as I looked around the room, I had to tell myself, you know what? I've known these people all my life. Why am I bothered by them? And so that's what got me through those years that I was chairman of this board or that board and had to speak at
When I was
meetings every time.
when I was a young teenager, I would it was a tiny church, maybe a little bit bigger than this room, just country. And I would get up with the woman I used to love to go home with. She just had boys. She didn't have a daughter. And I didn't go there to be around number of sons because they were more like brothers to me. But me and one of the guys named Stanley, I forget why I forget what was, he couldn't walk really straight. And I
Mhm.
forget if I don't know. I don't think he had spina bifida, but he had something wrong. Anyway, me and Stanley get up and sing together. So that
Hmm.
was one thing we would practice at the house
Yeah.
and get up Sunday night to sing.
Yeah.
But I was able to do that, and I can't. I mean, I'm just.
Yeah.
I can't sing.
I'm not a
So
public speaker.
I would get up and sing in front of them. And so, but I did not like getting up in front of kids at school,
Yeah.
and
Well,
then
your peers, very critical eye, or at least we think they are.
Marisa, you have a blessed day today. She said, you ladies have a blessed day. Thank
You
you.
too, sweetheart. You too, darling. God bless your day.
But yeah, I just was not comfortable in my own skin at school. But then I worked at a trucking company and heard how the owner, um, when the guy from the bank would come by, a bank president
Hmm.
in an
Yeah.
influential town,
Right. Right.
um, them two, I would hear them, and I'm like, these truck drivers have more morals than them uppity people that
Mm-hmm.
go to these uppity places.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my gosh. So when he would pick at me about being a lint head, which that was a derogatory way of making fun of people that worked in the cotton mill.
Uh-huh.
And he was doing it and picking at me one day. And oh my gosh, you guys, it went all over me.
Mm-hmm.
And I told him, I said, I tell you what, I am proud to be a child of lint heads that worked in the mill. I am proud that I worked in the mill. So I'm proud that I'm a lint head. And then he just laughed at me and he said, my parents worked in the cotton mill. He said, and they sent me to college by working in the cotton mill. I was
Mm-hmm.
just picking at you. I said, well, and so, and I was in my early 20s. I think I
Yeah.
was 23, maybe 22 or 23 when I got that
Yeah.
job.
You were at that point where respect here. Respect. You
Yeah, and
respect.
I was learning, wait a minute. I looked up to people, but then I was like, wait, the class distinction really,
Mm-hmm.
I started seeing things in a different way
Right.
and holding myself up as respect because of being the office manager. I had
Right.
to do that. Let me see.
Yeah.
Let me see. Willow said she was brutally bullied in school, but she
Mm.
could get up and sing solo. Yeah, sing solo in church and even in state competitions, and I was fine with that. That isn't that weird?
Yeah. It's funny how we can do some things, and yeah, I I wasn't shy in sports competition at all, but in the classroom or in any other setting, I was kind of shy.
But how was you with your art? How was you with your art? Other people seeing it, because that's where
It
I'm weird.
was, that you know how it is with art or anything creative, musical talent, even you're you're putting yourself out there in your work.
Mm-hmm.
And I was pretty sensitive, to what people said about my work. I put on a bold,
Assad.
crusty, you know,
Face.
heart, more like a shell, I guess. But inside, I was very tender about it.
Well, that's
Yeah,
why you've helped me by telling me don't worry about the details. Just do what comes naturally, or
right,
just do. And that's why that day we were doing art therapy and everybody was working on something, and I was just slapping some paint around, and it just come out from yellow to
This beautiful painting.
that. And I don't
Go ahead.
even, I just started putting
Go ahead, baby.
globs of paint down, and that's what happened.
I love
I
it.
used some paint that
You know, that happens with my writing as well.
and I love I
There's
love what Ian said. The Apostle Paul said he was not a public speaker, but his strength was with the Lord.
Yes.
Same with Moses.
amen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I understand that, Monique. I didn't when I went to the local college, I didn't go for art. I was taking a correspondence course in art. So I didn't go to the local college for it, but I was very unsure of myself to go to the local college for art. I should have gone there for that, but I went for mathematics. Actually, I enjoyed math a lot,
Woo, girl.
and it really, man, it was a big deal. But I didn't go immediately out of high school because my parents couldn't afford to send me. I got a job and started saving up, and I would go at night after working the day. And then I met my husband. And I was in night school at the time, and he was going to karate classes in the same town that I was taking the classes in. And
Jane?
yeah, and he the kids, would go with him sometimes. But usually, because it was a school night, a lot of times they would, stay with his mom. But anyway, he would drop me off for class and then come back and get me. And but in between classes, I was with him and over at his mom's house with the kids, and I really could not concentrate on anything. And so I ended up dropping one class and should have dropped the second class and just dropped out the semester. But I stuck it out with the history class that I really hated. And I had trouble with concentrating. I just could not focus. And
You see what Kim said.
I am not a brainiac.
I'm telling you.
I did enjoy English and I did enjoy math. I did. I don't know. I just really, really loved math.
Ooh.
And but I sat down today and I was trying to do a algebraic formula the other day that I came across somewhere, and I was like, oh, I don't even remember where to start, So
Look,
and
I
then when
was
my
not
daughter
able to.
took geometry,
I
I
did not
couldn't
take
even help her.
algebra.
I couldn't remember.
I
What?
couldn't even help my kids. I couldn't even help my kids with math. I couldn't do algebra. Casey took algebra. Then what? Algebra went into
Geometry.
and all that kind of stuff. So
Trigonometry, geometry.
Yep.
Casey could do all that.
Oh, I loved geometry and algebra. Oh, I just loved it.
Not me either.
But I hated government. I hated history.
Yeah.
But what's so funny, it did stick up there
Yeah.
because now I love it. I love watching stuff.
Yeah. Well,
But
in time, things turned around for me too on history. But I tell you what really cued me in on the history was when I started doing genealogy. Then I became interested in history from a different perspective, and it became personal that way, and that opened up everything in such a different light for me. But in high school, history was just not.
Mm-mm.
It was boring,
But when
But now,
Saddam
government
Hussein,
economics, I enjoyed that class for some reason, even though I had a monotone teacher that talked like this and she just didn't have any expression to anything she said. And he almost put me to sleep because it was after lunch, right after lunch, and it was pretty bad. But we all managed to hang in there. We had to do a little notebook kind of thing. And anyway, but I enjoyed that class for some reason. I didn't like the monotoned aspect, but I enjoyed the content.
it's like when, all this stuff was going on with Saddam Hussein. All right.
Uh-huh.
Some of these leaders that got taken down
Yeah.
were the same ones I had to remember their names in history. And I'm like,
Uh-huh.
they're still in power. Muammar Gaddafi,
Uh-huh.
isn't he the one that was taken down and he was killed and taken all through the
Not
towns? And
Gaddafi. He's in
it
Libya.
was, all right. It was one of them.
Hussein. Saddam Hussein.
Yeah, but there was another one too. They start taking down some of these people,
Yeah.
And
Right.
so I remembered their names, and I'm like, oh, they're still alive? Are you serious?
Bin Laden.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm not a history buff.
He's still in power. That's the crazy thing.
Alvin's the history buff.
Yeah. Now, my husband likes history, but he doesn't like genealogy.
I loved literature. And I took accounting in school, and those are my classes. And I hated math. Hated it. I did it, but I didn't like it. But then I go into accounting. I'm like, you have lost your mind.
No, I like accounting.
That's more like everyday
but
math.
I loved it.
Yeah.
I loved my job.
Yeah, accounting is a little bit different math. I really enjoyed that too. And
he said Muammar Gaddafi's dead too.
Yeah. Okay. Then he is, but I think he
took
died.
him down.
Huh?
And
They took
I guess
him
we did.
down.
I guess we did. I know we tried to nail him at his bunker once and didn't succeed, but
I used to write poetry when I would get upset. That was my go-to thing.
Cool.
I had some friends of mine that they had to do a project for the English teacher, and it was for, this is when I was in school, but it was for unknown authors. And my friends already knew that I wrote stuff. So they asked me for some of my poems to put in their book that they had to turn in. So they did that, and my English teacher, which was the one that had them doing this, she found out that I was the one that wrote those poems.
Wow.
And she made me stay after class one day. And she said, Denise, I said, ma'am. She said, do you not realize what a talent you have? I said, what are you talking about? Because I had no clue what she was talking about. And she told me that, and I was like, oh my gosh. And I'm like, Miss Tetzer, they weren't supposed to tell you that I wrote those things. She said, no, honey, you got to understand me. You are very good at what you do. You need to pursue this.
Good.
Well, of course, I never did that.
Yeah.
But I did. I have had some of my stuff published.
Cool.
And I have had, I do. I have a. Hey, MawMaw. I love you, MawMaw. I love you mostest.
Hey, MawMaw.
I love that woman.
I enjoyed English as well, and I enjoyed doing research papers. I really enjoyed doing research papers. And so that fit in really well with the genealogy research.
Well,
crazy.
I liked home ec. I loved home ec.
I didn't take home ec because I knew I'd have to learn. I have to do sewing.
But I don't know what caused me to like accounting. I that before computers, and it was all on that the columns, and you had to put stuff, and I was very good at that, and it carried over when I got my first job at that Well, my first job was, I guess, at a doing accounting was for a roofing company when I was married the first time. So that came easy to me. And then when I worked for the trucking company, which was a huge difference between that small job and then that,
Right.
filing, oh, I had it down pat. I could find anything. I loved it. I loved the
Mhm.
part of making files, starting files, putting papers in the files. And when my boss needed something, I'd go right to it and take it
Yeah.
out. And I love that. Or if somebody called and
Mm-hmm.
said, we have not received the check, or we have not received the payment. And I'd say, one moment, and I'd go find it. And I said, well, we sent it. And I loved accounting. That I loved that. And then
Mhm.
after that job, everything by then was computerized. I could not get
Yeah.
an office job because I did not know computers.
Yeah. Yeah. I did
Mama,
accounting. I did accounting when I worked at different places and whatnot too. And now I don't want to have anything to do with it. I don't want to have anything to do with accounting. I don't. My husband keeps up the checkbooks now, and I'm happy that he does. I don't want to do them
Mm-hmm.
because there was a period of time when I had to keep up with about between my mom and our own stuff, and then something for church. I think I had about 5 checkbooks I had to keep up with at one time, and it was just
well,
plus
Uh-uh.
the accounting at work all at the same time, and it would just okay. I don't think I want to do this anymore.
well, I would get headaches about tax time, and Kevin would be like, "Well, I don't know why you don't do anything. You're just sitting at air conditioned." And I understood he was driving a dump truck.
Yeah,
Very hot job to have during laying asphalt during the summer.
yeah, yeah.
And even when he drove
Oh yeah.
like over the
Uh-huh.
road,
Yeah,
it's still a dirty job because it was he was driving flatbeds.
right.
Had to be tarp, had all this kind of stuff. I understood where he was coming from. However, I would get headaches. I would get shoulder pain.
Mm-hmm.
I would get all that. It was
Yeah,
it was
got the
mental.
stress.
Yes, it was a mental thing.
Yeah, I
And
had that
especially
too.
at tax time, yeah. I would have to fill out 1099s. I'd have to go back through the checkbook. And it was
Right.
crazy.
I did the alcohol reports, the sales tax reports, uh the P&Ls for each department, and for them to have for their departments, and for the owner to have an overview of everybody's stuff. And oh man, it drove me nuts. Um, by the time I left, by the time I didn't realize how burnt out I was until I had to till I had to quit, basically. And that was because our office, excuse me, was upstairs, and the only way to get there was it was just on the second floor. It was the only way up there was a stairway, and I had hurt my knee after a hurricane. I had smacked my knee bad on my mom's at my mom's front door when we were coming back from my aunt's, and oh boy, it whacked my knee so bad that the doctor says, "Okay, you cannot do stairs," and he would not let me do stairs for over a year. And so for a while, I was able to do some of my work downstairs in the restaurant. I could sit at a table and do some of it. But then it got to the point where the things I needed were in files upstairs that you had to pick it up, look at something real quick, put it back in, and just that kind of thing where I couldn't bring those files down because 2 other people needed those files as well. So, yeah, I I reached the point where I couldn't do anything, so I just basically took a sabbatical. I took a leave of absence. I said, "Look, I can't do it." Well, I did that for about 3 months, I guess. And I reached the point where I said, you know what? I'm not going to be able to do those stairs until the doctor releases me to do them. And that may be, he didn't talk like it was anytime soon. I had to get shots and all that stuff in my knee. And so I said, so I just told him, I said, look, I said, y'all probably need to find somebody else to do my work. If you haven't already, you're probably already having to do that anyway, sharing it with everybody. So I guess I'm just going to have to just say bye because I can't do the stairs,
Yeah.
So I didn't realize just how burnt out I was until then.
Yeah.
It was just like I didn't want to look at another row of figures again.
I was good at it because the guys would come in from work and they would bring their hall tickets. When they go through a rock quarry, they'd be giving them, telling how much pounds and all that.
Right.
And, I'd be I'd have to total each guy's tickets. And the calculator would be on my right and I'd be, putting them to the side and constantly adding. And I'd always add them twice. And if it come out to be the same both times, but I wouldn't even have to look at my right hand.
Mm-hmm.
I would just, could do it real fast.
Right.
And that really taught me how to hold up my head and think that I wasn't as dumb as my parents tried to make me to be.
There you go.
That I was smarter than what I really gave myself credit for. When you have parents that tell you, well, my dad always said, I'll do your thinking for you till you get 18. I think that was that he wanted me to always need him.
Yeah.
That I took it as they thought I was dumb.
Yeah.
And so if I would have applied myself more in school, I really think I would have done better.
Mm-hmm.
But my body got burnt out.
Yeah.
At work, sitting in a chair every day, all day for 8 hours a day,
Mm-hmm.
maybe being on a call that you had to sit there and, I know it sounds like probably people think, well, that don't sound like it'd be a hard job to do.
Oh, there's a lot of stress with that.
Yeah, when you're under pressure that you have to set that call up and you have to be ready when the owners or speakers come in, and you had to initiate it flawlessly and read a script, and then changes always going on at work. They were always changing this or that, and computer issues, and you might have to jump to another computer. There was always something. And then the intermixing of the politics, not like regular politics, but the politics at
Office
work.
politics.
Yeah. Yes.
Office politics.
Yes. One person trying to blame another person, a manager not wanting to take the blame, and all that kind of stuff going in. It got to where I dreaded it.
Yeah.
I really, and then my body would hurt. I took a step stool that I could prop my feet on. I took my bands that I could put behind my chair and do my stretch. I tried everything to keep doing what I was doing. And Monique. And my husband said, don't y'all get enough? Because me, my daughter, and my son, Casey, whenever we'd be here at the kitchen, we'd all be talking about work. He said, don't y'all get enough at work? Why do you guys talk about it? And we were like, this is on time we can really talk about what we feel like saying about it.
Yeah.
You couldn't trust anybody at work because one would tell the other, and
Right.
So we would have these gripes.
Exactly.
We really would. We'd just let loose and say what we had to say when we got home.
That was the only way to vent.
Yeah, but then, I'd explain it to Kevin after he started using a computer. I said, could you imagine being in that chair, babe, 8 hours a day, it got to where people didn't have lunches. They
Mm-hmm.
would bring in the lunches and you'd eat at your desk.
Oh,
There was
no.
no more of the 50-minute lunches that people could have the same lunch and say, hey, let's go to such and such.
Yeah.
When it got
That's
to
against
that
the
point,
law.
when it got to the point of they weren't letting people just leave their desk to do that, it
Mm-hmm.
started getting more and more tense.
Right.
People
That's
really,
against the law. They got
I
to give you
had,
lunch.
I had a set lunch. I made
They have to
sure
give you a break, and they have to give you lunch.
I was able to get off my job for 50 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I could sit in that break room, or I'd go get in my truck, I'd read a book, or
Mm-hmm.
I'd always set my phone. In case I was so tired, I'd set my phone and I'd lay my head against the window and
Mm-hmm.
nap for a minute. Yes, Monique said people are not
Oh,
making
the
that.
EEOC would eat them up.
Yeah, so I told Keegan, can you imagine that?
Yeah, they
And he
would have
said
ate
no.
them alive.
He said no. I cannot imagine that. He's how they got by is they said as long as they had two, if they gave them extra breaks during the day, is how they got by with that. They
Oh.
didn't get extra breaks. If you was on a call, no.
No, no. Uh-uh. That was a
Ian, I
lie.
love you.
You are not dumb.
You were funny, Ian.
Good gosh.
But
We
you know,
I worked at a credit union. Now, I was the CEO. Her daughter was the controller. I was the assistant controller at the office.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I did my job and her job.
Yeah. Yeah.
yep.
I had to do all the corporate accounts. I had to do all the big accounts by myself. I had to do stuff like that. And we actually had president and board members come in because I knew all of them
Mm-hmm.
and tell me, Denise, you need to make her work. I looked at them and said, what are you talking about? I need to make her work. I am not her supervisor. She is
There you go.
mine.
Yep.
There you go.
You go in there and you tell her to work. It's not my place, and I'm
Right.
not going to. I
Right.
can't do that. And we had these tests to help us get, up higher in the financial section of
Mm-hmm.
the whole big, you know, credit union association.
Mm-hmm.
So we were doing these, and they're open book tests. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? Open book,
Okay.
general accounting stuff. This girl could not pass the test. They made me take her test before I could go on and go any further.
Oh my word.
I had no choice. I could not go any higher than she did.
Oh my God.
Whoa.
So I had to, I said, this is general accounting. This is accounting for dummies. And she can't do this. I didn't need an open book test to ace the sucker. What are you talking about? And it's open book. We're not talking, what you want me to do? Give her the answers? No, they want me to take the test.
Oh my goodness. That's nuts.
You have lost your mind. I said,
You're
I
Because
tell
right,
they
you
would
what,
throw these,
Monique.
they
You're
would
right,
throw these
Monique.
I
new,
left.
they
15 years. 8 years I was in that job. I walked out to a $4,000 a year cut to get out of that place.
Yeah.
Because I told Alvin, I said, you either let me leave or you put me in charters, which is the nut house, one or the other.
I
yeah,
agree with you, Monique.
they
So
would throw these new
I was
things.
done.
They would throw these new things. It'd be like, all right, next week we're gonna roll out doing it this way, and you got to know how to do it. So you better find the time to watch the video, pull up your like videos that you'd have to do.
Right. The instructional ones.
Yes. And I'm a hands-on person.
Mm-hmm.
I can't take a
Yeah.
video. I mean, I can watch something and they're showing you how to do some stuff, and you're watching the little thing go all around the screen and screen jumping this another thing to do,
Mm-hmm.
and then have to take the test. I don't do tests well, but take the test. I'd ask somebody. We'd all tell each other. We'd all help each other, and then a week later, be able to do it flawlessly.
Yeah.
No, that's how it was getting to be, and then things wouldn't work correctly, and you guys,
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, it was taking a lot away from my family. I mean, I'd pull all nighters, all kind of stuff, and they never say a word to me. You let her work all night. You know why she had to work all night? Cause the auditors were coming in.
oh
yeah.
yeah,
Ooh.
yeah,
So
we would
yeah,
have that too.
Yeah.
Companies coming in, make sure your workstations.
Yeah.
All right, they
yeah,
told us when they made us permanent places. Used to, we'd have to go from the whole. It was a big room. We would have to go from one end to the other, if that's what they said. So we'd have to get our purses and go all the way to another computer. And then
Mm-hmm.
when we finished with that call, they had us moving around. But then they finally had us having our own workstation. But they said you can only have one picture. In other words, they didn't want us to
Clutter it up.
personalize.
Yeah.
I personalized a lot. I had so much stuff my last day, I didn't even tell them it was my last day. I
That
was
Jim
clean.
Carrey show. I don't know if you remember that back, I don't know, was it the
I love
90s? Jim Carrey show and Mimi had
it.
all her little trolls.
oh yeah.
But I had so much stuff, and
I had magnets all over my file cabinet.
yeah,
I
I
had
just
I
had
had
all
angels
stuff
kinds
all
of
all
over
over
my
the
stuff.
desk too.
office. I had
And so,
pictures. I had my Bible on the
yep,
corner, and my music, my Christian music was just playing away
no, well,
in my
see,
office.
doing calls, you had to be quiet because the person
I
sitting,
know. I get that.
yeah,
I get
Yeah.
that, Darlene.
but yeah, so I start taking stuff little by little home.
Mm-hmm.
So that last day when I was loading my little bag that I carry, big putting stuff in it, they were looking at me, and I done picked up my little plastic step stool, and they were looking at me like,
What's
"What
wrong
are
with
you
you?
doing?" I said, "They said what?" And
See
I
ya.
already knew the doctor done told me. So he done told
Yeah.
me I couldn't work like that anymore, not with my back and not with everything. So
Yeah.
yeah, let me see what.
I was so fortunate. My best friend worked at the same office that I did when the doctor made me leave. And she packed up all my stuff nice and neat, had it all in boxes,
Wow.
and brought it to my house. I didn't even have to go back and get anything. Everything
Well,
was there.
Yeah. I couldn't get my stuff off my desk, so I worked with a lady that I also go to church with, and one of the ladies that I worked with I also went to church with. So she dropped it off at my house one day. But
you know,
It was a sweet thing to do because she knew how bad I was hurting.
yeah.
And there was a lot of stuff. So her and the girl I worked with packed up everything and brought it to
well,
me. I was just like, I was in tears.
Yeah.
when I come out, it was stuff had happened, some bad stuff had happened with my daughter. She was living here with both of the kids at the time. My granddaughter was a baby.
Mm-hmm.
So there was some bad stuff that happened. She moved back just when I found out that my brother had pancreatic cancer, and
Oh.
so my younger brother,
Mm.
And that was it was in September. It already hit me hard because I know they didn't give them but very long. So from
Right.
September to first week of December.
Mm-hmm.
I was dealing with that. I was dealing with what things that my sister's son, my nephew in Florida, things there. And there was so much going on that I just I couldn't keep things straight. And so my manager sat behind me and I loved her. She's so sweet. She and I talked one day and she was going through the same thing with her son.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know it, that I was with my daughter. And she loved my daughter. You know, like I said, these people worked with me, Casey and Tia. So it was so much. It was overload. It was just absolute overload. And I couldn't think. So she
Yeah.
would take me off of a call to put me in the position of helping the main person operator.
Mm-hmm.
She really helped me because she knew I was struggling.
Mm-hmm.
There were simple things I was forgetting to do.
Yeah.
I mean, when you forget to count to 10, when
Mm-hmm.
they tell you to sound check,
Yeah.
count to 10, you know, they would do it and I'd say clear. And then I got to 5, I think, and forgot how to count to 10.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sitting there and I know I was flushed because I'm panicked. It feels like pins and needles all over me because I'm panicked.
Yeah. Hyperventilating.
Yes. And they said, okay, that's great. That's great. And that's the day I walked. That's the day I went from there. And I went to see my doctor. And I was just like in full panic mode. And he said, you can't do that anymore.
Yeah.
You can't. So he said, you need to come on out of work. And I don't know of anything that you can do. And, you know, you guys, I've been sitting here 3 hours and that's a long time for me to have, you know, for me to sit.
Right.
Oh, and I did,
We lost Denise. Is she back?
So I come out of work and it felt right. I got in the car, in my truck. It was a new truck. Got in the truck and I felt at peace. And I said, well, God, this is it. And that was 5 years ago. Uh-oh.
I'm sorry, Denise.
Well, it kicked me out a minute ago.
Yeah, I saw that.
It just boom. And I was like, what? And
I wondered what happened to you.
I always look to see if it's my internet. And I'm like, but it let me get right back in. So, you know, we all have talents. And that's one of the things.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody might not be a singer or an artist or a photographer or a person that can just love people in a chat. Throw love around. Denise throws love around.
Yes.
So it does not surprise me that she could write her feelings. My sister-in-law was published. One of her poems was published.
Oh, awesome.
In a poetry book. And so, and she does everything. She does quilting. She can draw. She can do everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Tony, it was StreamYard, but that was okay. I mean, they said, you know, that it could happen.
Yeah.
So we all, I think, have talents. Even all right, Sonia's got her children and her animals.
Mm-hmm.
She's got that knowledge of how to take care.
I can't handle animals like that. I've got my one Chihuahua and that's it.
and Darlene B. Whew.
Yeah, I could not do that.
She's got a huge farm. Huge. That's why I call it a farm. She makes soap from the goat's milk, and it is wonderful. I mean, she sent me some, and every, you know, there's so much to give back.
Oh yeah.
And I guess that's one thing that I tell people. They hadn't seen me in a while. I said, whew. Oh, I said, I get on Monday through Friday when I'm having good weeks. And I said, Monday through Friday. And we laugh and we talk about stuff. And it's wonderful. And I'm surprised at some of the people, like the woman I saw Saturday night. She said, "Wow, I watch your show." And I'm like, "Really?" So I guess she watches it, but doesn't sign in.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's
So
probably a lot of people like that.
Yes, I like what
Oh, take care, Pamela. God's
yes,
blessings on your
Pamela.
day, hon.
And I'm hoping your strength is coming back. That's
Yes.
what Monique said. We all have talents according to what God gave us to work with.
Exactly.
And it says in there,
Yeah.
one has the he talks about
Different gifts. Yeah.
yes, there's gifts of the spirit, and I think regular gifts, but those
Right.
gifts come from him, or else we would not know how to paint
Exactly.
or to draw or to do what we do.
And then there's those
Hey,
yet to be
CC,
discovered talents.
yet
To be discovered talents, because you just haven't been introduced to whatever it is, and you can just excel in. You just never know. I mean, there's if someone would have told me years ago that I would be as into different things, like on the computer or whatever that I do, I would have told them, yeah, right, sure, okay. But I caught on to computer stuff, not writing programs or something like that, but I caught on to learning all kinds of stuff, about user stuff in computers very quickly, and translating that into other programs very quickly, and being able to show other people how to do that very quickly. And I'm not explaining this very well, but it's like if I hadn't worked where I worked when I worked, or I hadn't been introduced to things in the home because my father-in-law was interested in computers, for example, I would have never known that I had that talent. So yeah, those undiscovered talents,
My coffee machine's still here. There it is.
You've got all kinds of cool talents, Miss Shamrock Pixie, Dusty Destiny girl. I love you.
Mama, Ian said you photobombed us.
Yes, she did.
You photobomb. That's when you're behind somebody when they're taking a picture.
I saw her sneak by.
But, I say this, that had I not worked at that place, I wouldn't have met some wonderful, loving people.
Yeah.
And a lot of them will come on Facebook. And Gail was very good when she was would set up with the leaders of the call or the customers. And she was very good at that, what she did. She was very good at multitasking. That girl could multitask.
Yeah.
But
my boss was the greatest boss. She was a sweetheart.
Yeah, I wouldn't have known them.
She just laughed, she just fit in, she didn't necessarily bring herself up above us. She was, we were just three women working together, basically, is the way she looked at it. But we respected the fact that she was the boss, and whenever she told us we had to do this or that, we did it. So.
Yeah, I wouldn't have known.
But we were pretty much self-motivated in everything we did. So
I would not have known some wonderful, wonderful people had I not worked there. So I'm glad that, and I wouldn't have been as comfortable sitting behind the computer. It took me a while, but I don't think I would have been comfortable with doing StreamYard or doing
all the things. Yeah, you're right. And see, all of your experience up until now is a resource for now, and that's what's really cool.
And you're right. Gardening is not just a passion. Gardening is an art. My sister is good at flowers.
My mom was great with that, and that was such a blessing in her life. That was how she dealt with stress in her life and things that bothered her. She worked out in her garden.
Oh, CC. My husband can remodel. My son likes cleaning and organizing. Casey does.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah, whenever we were working on Mom's house for our youngest daughter and her family to move in over there, I learned all kinds of stuff. I built some little tables for them to work on, to do their schoolwork on when they came in. They could sit on the floor and do that. I built some toy boxes for them. We had fun. I let the kids help out on the toy boxes. They really enjoyed that.
Yeah, I saw, from a young age, I've always had that creative mind. But I love being out there and gardening. And I think if I don't do anything but maybe pull the weeds from the that baby's breath bush, if I can do just one thing like that outside a day, I think
make sure it's not poison ivy or poison oak that you're pulling.
Oh no, blackberry.
Yeah,
blackberry.
Just be mindful. That's all.
Oh yeah, girl, I am not allergic to it like a lot of people. Kevin can't even walk by it without breaking out. Really, and he'll have to get a shot. He has to go get a shot.
Yeah, I can believe it.
But me, I can pull. I have gloves on and be pulling it, and it fall on me, and all that kind of stuff, and
it not bother you. That's good.
But I'm going to pick those blackberries first and foremost. I'll pick them and get enough to make a pie, and then I will keep them pulled out because I love the baby breath.
Yeah, because there was something else that was growing up in there besides the berries.
Tree?
Yeah,
an oak tree. I mean, really? But yes, I used to love to do stuff outside like that. The bending and the actual. I have good trimmers. I finally found them, or Kevin come across them. But how you like the scissor maker, Friskers, and they make shears.
Yeah.
And boy, they're so much better than the old version.
Which company is that? Fiskars, you said?
Yeah, they make gardening shears.
I didn't know they made gardening shears, but that makes sense.
Lopping shears, and they work like on it like a hinge, so you don't have to use much pressure.
Oh, okay. Good deal.
Girl, I used to love, I'd get out there and start just cleaning away. Yes, loppers. And I just enjoy doing that. And it's rough when you can't do the things.
Right.
Ooh. Denise, so Alvin's highly allergic to it.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Wow.
But I think that's what's growing up on the back of our house. Kevin said it's not, but I think
poison ivy. Could be.
It's pretty, real pretty.
Yeah, it's just lovely.
It really is pretty.
It is. There's other things that are pretty and very harmful too.
And then I would burn. I'd get up a burn pile. Oh, I love a burn pile outside. Getting up
burning poison ivy. Ooh, that's bad.
I know, but
because the smoke and the burn, it affects whatever is downwind. It bothers it. Yeah.
And I really think the poison ivy is the only thing holding our outhouse together. I'm serious. I'm going, hey, it's still Winter Nation. And I said it right. I finally said it right.
Excuse me for the yawns. I'm sorry. It's not the company. I didn't sleep at all last night because I slept all yesterday afternoon.
Well, whenever it's finally finds its resting place, I want us to, and Kevin can do it. I want us to build another one right there on that, above,
On the
right
spot.
there again.
Mhm.
But yeah, I would pull Ivy, and I'd be in I'd be in my zone. I had Casey's old umbrella stroller that they call them,
Uh-huh.
and the seat was out of it, but I strapped a bucket, and I wore a tool belt. I'd strap that tool belt around me
Mm-hmm.
and have all my tools in it, and have on my overalls. And my husband,
Mm.
he thought, you guys, he thought that's it. When he'd see me in my tool belt and my overalls and being out there working, he thought that was the most beautiful thing in the world. I mean, he was not about no shorts and all the things or high heels that a lot of men like. He liked to see me in my overalls and stuff like that. So I would have all my tools with me. But
Cool deal.
I did that even 10 years ago. And working, sitting all day, I think that's really what got me. Was
Could be.
working at a place that I sat all the time.
Could be.
And even now, I have to pace myself. I'm sitting here looking at stuff. I'm like, where's it going to go?
Yeah, I understand. I'm doing the same thing. Every time I sit here, I'm doing the same thing. But do I do something about it? No, I haven't been doing anything about it.
And there's the cat just curled up on this
Oh,
table.
I want to show you. My granddaughter painted this,
Ooh.
and she gave it to me. She said, she had painted several paintings, and I was complimenting her on each of them. And so whenever I came to this one and I was talking about it, she says, "You can have that one. I know Granny, Gran loved hummingbirds, and so did Granny Tomlinson. And I know I didn't get to meet her, but I know she, I heard she liked hummingbirds too." And I said, "Well, thank you very much." And that was on Friday, the day after the anniversary of my mom's death.
Oh, and how old is she now?
She's 9.
See, 9 years old. And that tail, I love the tail. It's like the watercolor.
Yeah.
Like, I love all of it.
The thing about her art, she puts her pencil down or her pen, and she draws in pen too. And she just starts drawing. She does not have to backtrack. She doesn't erase. She has a confident, just a confident stroke of her brush or her pen or pencil, and she doesn't go back and redo it. It comes out right the first time for her, and it's like, wow, not everybody can do that. My daughter can do that with watercolor, particularly. Her art teacher in high school was like, Rebecca would start just with her brush, and our teacher would like, "Stop, wait," the first time. She says, "Don't you want to draw something first?" She says, "No, I got this." Well, she grew up, painting, because we did craft projects and whatnot, with wood and things like that whenever she was growing up. And my mother-in-law and her friends got together once a week and did painting, and they just got together, painted together. They all had their own projects, so they were visiting while they painted, basically. And she would be there, she would have a little project going herself, and and ever since she was old enough to hold a crayon and do something with it, I would give her crayons and blank paper. I didn't push coloring books, because I wanted her to do her own thing,
Mhm.
and that's what she pretty much did with hers too.
That's what
And
my dad and him said. As soon as I could hold a pencil, that I was always drawing something, and then
yeah,
um, he would get me chalk, and
hmm
then he did. That's one thing I have to say. They kept me in my art supplies, and it was. I guess that's the good memory. I guess that's a
yeah,
good memory that I can have. That
hmm
he always encouraged that in me.
that creative talent.
And
Yeah.
Christmas was always the best time because I would do Christmas cards.
hmm
I loved red, green, and gold glitter. I loved it. So I would out would come the pad, and just doing
hmm
stuff and giving it to my grandmother or whoever. Monique said she wasn't paying attention in class, should be drawing.
Yeah.
Monique, I wouldn't be paying attention in class because I'd be talking.
Yeah. I had trouble focusing when I was in school
I
on
did
on
too.
and concentrating on schoolwork.
A lot of people have been told in art class that they'd never make it. And
Huh.
that's some of the greatest ones are those.
Yeah.
And
Sometimes that just gives you that drive to prove them wrong.
and I do have to say, and she's probably not, hey Sandra, good morning, good morning.
Yeah, I'm like you, Monique. School was very boring to me. But
I couldn't stay focused.
yeah.
But in 74 we lost my little brother, and so much from 74 to I graduate, so much family dynamics was awful.
Oh
It
yeah.
was so bad that I got it incomplete in the ninth grade in government.
Mm,
I could not focus. I zoned out.
yeah.
I zoned out.
Well, that's losing a child like that will sometimes drive a family apart. It causes so much pain. Everybody's trying to deal with it in their own way, and a lot of times the parents end up getting divorced, and it just is so hard on a family. It's just
well,
it changes the dynamic, like you said, changes it drastically, and it's just
with
you focus on what you don't have instead of what you do. Sometimes,
let me get it, MawMaw. I'm all right, you guys. Just Sandy's live, and what I want to do. Good morning, Callie. But
Hey, Calico.
I
Yes.
asked, I don't know. I don't know what was going on even before that. There was so much that went on when we lived in California that my dad would leave, and you guys, Sandy, that is the link where she's live right now. And what I'll do when I get off here, I'm gonna jump over.
Okay.
But I did talk to a grief counselor. I said we moved a lot in California,
Yeah.
and if I was I started second grade out here.
Mm-hmm.
That was a lot of moving around. And
Yeah.
why did we move so much? And why did my dad come out here so much? Or why did my mom send me sent my oldest brother and sister out here when we were in California? And
Mm-hmm.
of course, wherever my sister went, my oldest sister, I was going with her. There
Yeah.
was no two cents about it.
Yeah.
So I don't know what was going on. I just because
sometimes it's something about the job. Sometimes you're renting a house, and
it was
you
always
have to
rental.
yeah, and you have to one reason or another, you maybe the landlord wanted to go up on the rent all the time, and so you couldn't afford it. So you found some place where you could afford, and
I think
that
my
moved you to a
dad.
different school.
I think my dad, just because his dad moved a lot because he was an engineer, you
Uh-huh.
know. I think my dad couldn't stay in one spot and not one job,
That could be. Could
until we
be.
moved out here and he got a job in the mill, and he pretty much stayed at that job. But um, I, I don't know, and probably never will know. Do I want to know? Sometimes not, because parents, we make decisions sometimes that years later we can't explain to our kids why we did it, because we might not
Right.
really know. But
Right.
I just tried to make my kids happy. I tried to
Yeah.
do all the things opposite from what I remembered.
Yeah.
And Kevin told me last night, he said, you are an excellent mom. I couldn't have done what you did. I said, baby, raising the babies, because there's a crying baby on whatever was watching.
Mm-hmm.
I said, that was easy. I said, that was very easy. Yes. Oh, thank you, Bruce. And any of you guys,
Oh,
jump over
that's
to Sandy's. But I told him, I said, baby, raising them was easy.
Mm-hmm.
It's being the mom of adults that's hard on me, that's broke my heart. I
Yeah.
can't fix what's wrong.
Yeah.
He
My
said, but you still do an excellent job.
my grandmother always said, "Little children, little problems. Big children, big problems."
Well, I always heard when they're babies, they're on your toes. When they grow up, they're on your heart.
Yes.
And that's very, very true. And that, you guys, that's one reason what got me last week. So you
Mm-hmm.
guys continue to pray for me, and continue. I keep putting it in prayers for
Definitely.
Tiffany,
Definitely.
because okay, good. All right. Denise's uncle is
Yay. Going
going
home.
home, and you
Good, good.
guys, let me do the Sonia has a friend that has the virus. So we'll keep Sonia's friend in your prayers.
Yes.
And then Wendell Adams from Denise, that was on her prayer list. And Joy Lang, her husband is having surgery today. They're going to try to remove the cancerous
Yeah, 1 o'clock.
areas. Yes.
Mhm.
So
Monique
they
has an
need
interesting
prayers.
point too we often don't know the misery and the tragedy that is behind our parents' actions.
And that's right.
Yeah.
And I found a letter in the cedar chest that was still at my uncle's house, but
Mm-hmm.
the letters were like to my grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them, she was talking about, all right, I was the fourth child at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So, and she breastfed all, but so she had two in school.
Mm-hmm.
My sister was in a high chair. I think I was on her hip or in the baby bed, because we were
Mm-hmm.
2 years apart after that. And
Mm-hmm.
she was talking about, I'm having to wash, I'm trying to wash my curtains, and I'm trying to do this, and this, and how much she missed mom, because she
Mm-hmm.
was the mom's girl, because she's the only girl out of 9 kids. So when I come
And she was
across
from
her,
here.
yeah,
She was from here.
yeah.
I mean,
And
your place.
my dad he met her because his buddy in the military was her cousin.
Oh, okay.
So when they were on leave,
Gotcha.
he went with him on leave, which was back to Alabama, and that's when he
Okay.
met my mom.
And he was from California.
hmm
Okay, cool.
He was in the Navy,
Mm,
and so
yeah.
she met him, and then they got married. And but I read how much she missed her mom, and I thought, here she's got 4 kids. Then another time, I read another one of her letters where I almost cut my foot off because it got in the bicycle spokes behind my
Mm-hmm.
brother. He was riding me on the back,
Yeah.
and I had there was my dad's uncle. He gave them the money um, because they didn't have the money, and it was $100. And so I read all these letters,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm thinking of, all right, at this time there's 5 kids. There's 5 kids, and Dad would just take off. He just took off when she was pregnant with me. Just she was in California without her mom, and he
Mm-hmm.
just took off. So that put me to try to understand my mom's mindset with a lot of
Mm-hmm.
stuff. Try to figure out stuff.
Right.
And that's what I do. That's why I love psychology. When my daughter was she took a year of junior college,
Mm-hmm.
and she took psychology, and I enjoyed it
Mm-hmm.
because I always try to figure out.
Yeah. That was something
Yeah,
I was always interested in too.
Callie, I think we both have the same.
Mm.
We both have the same heartbreak,
Oh, I'm sorry, Callie.
maybe for different reasons, but
Yeah.
it's still a heartbreak. You don't hear from either your kids or at least one
Mm-hmm.
of them. And used to, my ex-son-in-law that comes on Facebook sometimes, he used to be the very one when he had my phone number, the very one that would send me a Happy Mother's Day.
Oh, how sweet.
And they have been divorced, but he would do
Mm-hmm.
that. But yes, you guys pray for,
Definitely prayers.
yep,
Definitely.
pray for those that have children that the moms, their hearts are broken,
Yeah.
or the moms that may have broken the children and
Yeah.
didn't intentionally do it, or it just is something that is in them. um, and for the sick people. And you guys, I need to get back in my studies, so I will be stronger spiritual.
Mm-hmm.
um, and I love that verse, and that verse is on my pop-up little inspirational
Cool
things.
deal.
And God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and a sound mind.
Yeah, I like that one.
Last week, I was all over the place in my head, and I was bound and determined to come on Friday. And we'll be back. And I'm so happy that all 5 of us got together this morning.
Yeah, that worked out well.
And I was so happy to see Traci. Not that I
Yeah.
love her more than the other girls, but so
Well,
glad to see her back up here.
she's been with you the longest.
Yeah, well, and not that much longer than you, Liz, if you go
But
back and
that's
look.
true.
But
That's
yes,
true. But still,
and Ian said, always remember, fear leads to the dark side, and
yes.
that's something that somebody said Friday. You name the hamster in your head. I said, I didn't mothership put a hamster in this head. Because instead of a squirrel going all over the place, I have a hamster and I named it Pat.
I think I chase squirrels.
Yes. So we send little hamster things to each other, and it's what we do. And I told him, I said, but there's also that hamster up there that has very sharp teeth and it bites. Just like say Robbie, he has a hamster for real
Mm-hmm.
named Sandra, my sister's name, and he says she
Interesting.
bites. She's mean and she bites. Well, see, I'm gonna tell you, this whole even though we don't get out much out of the house, but the whole dynamic of the dreaded virus, and Casey watches news a lot.
Hmm.
He watches news, and I tell him, stay away from the news. Don't watch the political stuff. Don't watch the crazy, the
Yeah.
crazy preachers out there. Don't watch the the negative, crazy.
Yeah.
What? All right, Liz.
I
I know
tend to
you know
stick
what
with
I'm
Fox
talking about.
News.
Hmm?
I tend to stick with Fox News. The rest of it is just too
I,
out
and I
there,
I
crazy.
don't do I don't do that,
Yeah.
but
But yeah.
the religious. I'd say religious fanatics. I mean, there's people out there that's so far just
Yeah, that's true.
out there.
That's
That's
true.
just false prophets, false.
Yeah, there's a lot of false prophets. You're right.
Yes, and the
You got to
crazy
be careful.
stuff. And so, yes, he read one day last week, I think. I
Oh,
love when he
thank you,
does,
Denise.
but you guys just pray for him. And I say, don't. I don't watch. I did watch something one day, and I'm like, I wish I hadn't of, because I just,
Some of it's just overwhelming.
yeah. And see, Casey's like me. We can't let that in here.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
it lingers and multiplies and expands. And I understand. I got the same problem.
yeah. So yes, Cece, thank you. Yes, very, very much, you guys. And so
And a lot's more intense right now because it's election year too. So that's you know,
yes, so I just step away from all of it. I and so when something when my daughter showed up and we thought it was going to be something great and get help, and it ended up not, that just throws us all back into.
well, but it was a window into what was going on and what is going on, and an opportunity to see what and how to pray for her, what to pray for and how to pray for her.
And it also, because I kept thinking of you, it was also a that she called my number
Yes,
out of the blue.
she
She and
reached
I
out to you this time.
guys, I had just got a phone, and my her ex-boyfriend just happened to send me a message, and he said, can you guys mend things? You were always so close. I said, it's not me. He said, I don't understand what's happened. I said, I don't either. So he just happened to get her a phone through Walmart where she could go by there and pick it up. And I said, well, if you talk to her, I have a new phone and here's my number. And you guys, me and MawMaw had just talked. And then out of the blue, I get a message. Hey, Mom, this is Tiffany. I'm in a very, very, very bad place.
Wow.
And she said, I need help. And somebody picked her up off side the road, a nice person. And he
Thankfully.
used his phone. The guy talked to us, told us what hospital he was taking her to. And so when she reached out, we were right there. And then we had to go back and pick her up the next day. She wouldn't stay. But yes, there's no such thing as coincidence. But
Right.
that let her know that, number one, I didn't have her kids taken away, is what was in her head.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, I did not talk ugly to her when she was here and when she left.
Mm-hmm.
I kept thinking, I let her know how much I loved her, and yeah, water and oil can't mix, and
Right.
light and dark. And she really, really, it felt like such a barrier between us,
Yeah.
just a force, just a
Mm-hmm.
force. But Lizz, I kept thinking of trying to. All right, what would Lizz tell me not to say? What would Lizz tell me not to say? Because you guys, I have talked to Lizz and in depth. Lizz and Traci and them know. And so that helps. You guys, that helps to have people to talk to.
I'm glad
And
that we can be there for you, hon.
yeah,
I've had other people be there for me. When I've had things on my mind that I was concerned, not this kind of thing,
yeah,
different things. But, sounding board. A
yeah.
sounding board is really, nice. So,
And I had to learn. I had to keep hearing that's her. I did not. It was hard to hear all this, the most awful thing your kid could tell you. And part of me was like, how could you it, say all those things? How could you just? But I had to listen,
yeah,
even though in the car I was praying. I was praying for my husband having to hear some of the worst things that was happening to his grown child that he could do nothing about.
right. And being a man, knowing
Yeah,
just very,
details.
you don't want these things happening to your daughter.
Mhm.
You want
And
to, you want to go beat up the person that's doing this to your daughter.
and so I have the trusting somebody at 17 and what they did to me. I know what it did to me,
Mm-hmm.
not being able to deal with it until about a year or so ago.
Mm-hmm.
And it finally, I was like, oh, that's what happened to me. And it all come flooding back of why I
Yeah.
behaved like I did. But the things that she's going through now, you guys, please pray
Yeah.
because I can't help her.
Nope.
And she's going to have help. Even she needs not only people think, well, she only needs to be in a treatment facility. But you guys, there's a lot
There's,
going up in here.
yeah, it's a complex situation, very complex. But, God's got this. He is working on her. And that's part of the reason why she came back, is he's working on her. And so, um, we can pray that God would put somebody in her life that would turn her back to him and get her into a situation where she can get help, to where
And
she's ready for that. I
it's
don't know.
it's I did this thing about the
Sometimes
view
it's about
from
us.
the prodigal son's mom, which is
Right.
not, but the whole story of the prodigal son is that God still loves us and
Mm,
we're his children and we can get so far out there until we have to come back to him.
right.
Even if it's that the prodigal son that came from wealth was eating what was thrown out to the hogs.
Mm-hmm.
And he knew that his father's house had banquets,
And even the servants, you
ate
know,
better.
had better than him at that time, and that he would even go back as a servant just so that he
Yes.
could, you know, just have something to eat,
And
have his
the
physical needs met.
and the father was so happy when he came back.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the journey that she's on. It's not my journey,
Right.
but she's on that journey, you guys, and God is in her. But it's a battle. It's a hard battle now.
Well, she's
And
also got claw marks in her,
oh, very,
and
very bad.
that's the hard part, because there is a spiritual battle going on for her, and um, you definitely need prayer.
Oh, thank you, Callie. I'm, and
We love you, Callie.
I'm wringing my hands. I tend to do that when I get in. Um, I know you guys have seen me silly and up there and all that, but I
Well,
tend to
you're in distressed mom mode right now.
when I get in personal. But I told her I loved her.
Well, Monique has a good point here. It's her battle, and it needs to be hers. We want to protect our kids, but our kids have to make their own mistakes. They have to live their own life. Their life is between them and God.
Yeah.
And God loaned them to us, but they're His.
And I believe
it's got to work out between the two of them.
And I know there's going to be somebody she's going to listen to or help her that's not me or her friend, her best friend from. She has a place to take her, but she wasn't ready.
Yeah.
And
that's the challenge. And that breaks your heart.
It does. And it was like the me being me of the love and speaking of God and stuff like that. It's like the clutches on her just had to leave. Just absolutely just left my house.
Yeah.
And I sent her a few more messages to her phone number to tell her I loved her, to love her. And her dad, he did send one that he was disappointed in her, but he turned around and sent her another one about how much he loves her. So.
And this other comment that Monique has just said, God has the right time and the right people lined up for her. And in between the lines, it's in His time. It's all going to work out in like was said earlier, there's no coincidence in this. It's not going to accidentally happen. God is in charge, and he wants her back just as badly as you do. And
I did not tell her, you need to get your life straightened out because you've got a story to tell. I didn't tell her that.
Good girl.
I didn't, because that, like, you guys, LizzAnn told me, he said, don't tell her that because that puts a burden on her too.
That's pressure she's not ready for yet. In my humble opinion, anyway. That's right, Callie. And Monique is right. He does have the perfect plan.
You guys, Sandy's live. Don't forget that I say Kim Ricky, but it's Kim Positively Perfect. Did I get her name right? Probably did. I've got a.
Yes, exactly. CC.
The one that I kept. This one that I kept, it says, when you could only see one set of footprints, that's where I carried you.
Exactly.
I kept this one for me, even though I've got one that I write letters to her or I talk to her in it. But I'll be using this for something, or there's going to be somebody that this will talk to that I'll send it to.
I'll let you know.
But Casey said, well, did you see the big drag marks? That's where I was dragging you.
That would be me. That would be my drag marks.
And I said, yes, son. When you started reading the Bible, and that started all of this. could I have handled this last year by myself? I couldn't have, you guys. But you guys coming on here and the things we share, and you guys that contact me, like on Facebook, through FaceTime or Facebook Messenger and all that, and what you guys share, that's made me feel like I have people, prayer warriors. You guys are prayer warriors. And the more, my grandmother used to say, the more you pray for somebody that's acting like the devil, they're going to get worse before they get better. Is what my grandmother used to say. She said because she wouldn't go into it, but I understand now.
Yeah.
There's that battle that goes on. And the devil does not want to let go once he has his grips into him.
That's right.
But yes, this season, Callie, you know, it's a season we're all going through. First, you know, people are made to stay in their houses, and Traci couldn't go to mass, and that's a big part. That's her recharge. Actually going into mass and all of that.
Exactly. One of the videos that had me captivated last night was and you may have heard of him. I'm sure you have. He's written books and whatnot, and he's Rabbi Jonathan Cain. He wrote The Harbinger and the Shemta and various other books explaining the Jewish perspective, or the biblical Jewish perspective in connection with, you know, Christianity and, you know, things like that. Just really some intense and interesting stuff that he shares, explaining a lot of things. The one that had me really intrigued was for this Passover this year, how it was exactly the same situation in a lot of ways as the first Passover 3,500 years ago, when God told the children of Israel to stay in their homes while he detailed the Passover meal and everything, and he told them, you know, about the lamb and put the blood on the door and on the lintel, and of course that's going to drip over the threshold too, you know, because you're putting it, you know, and how the blood of the lamb saved them from the plague of death, and how, you know, and anyway, the original Passover, and then the Passover when at the time of the Last Supper with Jesus, and then he was doing a Passover meal and explaining everything, how God was using each of these pieces of the Passover. It was just awesome, and it was like an hour and a half long, but it was worth every minute, and it was so interesting and so what do you call it? Comforting. Just so comforting. Everything he was saying about it was just so comforting. And how, you know, in today, in the Passover for this year, you know, here we were in a lockdown situation. You know, you had to stay in your home, shut in, and we're being protected, you know, from that plague that's going on. And it's just really, you need to watch it. It's
Did you share that with us?
I think I stuck it in Christian Womanhood. Let me see if I can.
Because that one you did, the video, the preacher talking about close your eyes.
Yeah.
And picture, you know, Mary being at the feet.
Oh, that was a different one. Yeah.
Yeah. That I sat here and I had just tears running down my face.
I know I sent it to you. Let me see if I can find the.
You're right, Ian. We have that relationship here. You know, it's here. But I I think what happened to me when I was a teenager, that I finally learned how to deal with it in my head. I was able to share with her and relate with her some things. And I told
Yeah.
her, I said, you're going to need help, but you need somewhere that you can lay your head in a regular bed and not be afraid of who's going to come in. I said, and I told her, I said, there's help out there.
There was another one I watched. It was on the when he was on the 700 Club talking about the Shimta and all the
Jonathan Kane.
How God's perfect timing was involved in so much. Let me see if I can put
good
those
afternoon. I almost said good morning, Crystal.
Let's see. Okay.
Yeah, we all have a journey, and right now I'm going through a journey of praying, and I've already come through a 5-year journey. I am. You guys.
Okay.
Casey's telling me I need to get up and move around. But if you find that, post the link and we'll share it.
Working on it right now. Trying to find the. Here we go. All right, give me a second here.
But Sandy's live right now. And then Kim, Ricky.
And there's a second one after that one. Let's see.
All right. I'm waiting, Monique. I'm waiting to see what you. Liz, could you drop Sandy's link?
Yes, I will. Just 1 second. Crud. What the heck?
Thank you, Monique. Thank you. Yeah, Casey, when he was reading the scriptures, yes, they'd be quarantined.
Darn it.
I mean, I've got it right here. I just need copy and paste, and then Casey, like he reminded me, I got to get up or I'm gonna sure enough not be able to move.
That's several to get you started, and there's another one that he was on the 700 Club. There's a third one I couldn't find it right away, but anyway. And then there's one that I was watching on Kenneth Copeland Ministries, talking about the Shimta. Anyway, the Shimta is has to do with the year of Jubilee, and the year of the 7th year being a Sabbath to the Lord. That's the Shimta, and how these different things have fallen. How that Shimta year, the year of rest, has fallen into the dates of important events in time. It's really cool to see how God works, like Monique was saying, in God's perfect timing. Just really awesome. So anyway.
So I am going to get up and stretch around and put Sandy up to listen to. You guys keep a watch on Kim's. I'll put Kim's out there if you guys don't already know who Kim is. And I love you guys, and I'm just glad that you guys were here with me. You guys jump onto Sandy's and tell Sandy, because Mama's right there telling Sandy what I'm saying. You guys do a Sandy a Norgus raid on Sandy.
There you go, an Argus raid. Yeah. Pretty cool. So,
God bless all of you.
your family, and your world. Until we see each
Amen.
other again, much love.
And I love you,
guys.
and I love
Yep.
all of you guys, and thank you for your prayers.
Yes. And pray for each other. Pray for
Yeah.
each other.
One for another.
Yes.
Here we go.
Goodbye.